Are the fans ready?
We don't have fans, Hummer.
Sure we do. Patty's watching.
Tier.
Oh, the fan. Is the fan ready? Damn.
Some fan.
So I'll do a little recap from last week.
Thank you.
You awoke this morning to find Elmar, Lenine, and Danica missing, Dahlgren in a poisoned slumber, and Darren Ettermath gravely injured. You checked on Helia Thornton and found her smug and safe as ever, with Scribble leaving her an illusion of a spider as a partial payment of his debt of information. Gariel appeared, offering blessings and boons for Deebs and Scribble, but said she's forbidden from helping further. She did promise to look after Darren. Scouting the Redbrands' local hangout, the Sleeping Giant Inn, you found Trevor's corpse hung from the eaves out front, Madrick and others inside guarding Elmar and Kurt. The party attacked, with Deebs and Madrick squaring off on the tavern floor while the Redbrands watched. The others joined in the attack from strategic positions, and it became clear a group effort was the only way Madrick would go down. He didn't seem to take the fight very seriously, claiming he'll see you all again tomorrow, as he fell to Solmia's wild-shaped spider bite. She promptly devoured his head and went after one of the Redbrands who ignored Madrick's orders and attacked Noro, rendering him unconscious. The fight ends with Thaddeus, one of Madrick's lieutenants, striking a deal with Solmia and the others to show them the crypt where Madrick returns from death, as well as agreeing to lead as many Redbrands as he can against Cragmaw Castle in exchange for the treasures within. The session ended with the party reaching level 3 as they take a short rest before assaulting Madrick's base beneath Tresendar Manor. So, we'll start there. We left off within the Sleeping Giant Inn. Now, I'm not certain you all want to stay there for your short rest. However, I will leave it to the party to decide where they go and what conversations are to be had. We can pick up the scene right at the end of the fight with everyone standing down. Elmar Barthen safe, and I believe he was either laid out on the table or put in a chair. Thaddeus, the Redbrand's lieutenant, and a few of the other Redbrand ruffians in and around the room. And I'll leave it to you while I load up a little background noise.
Seeing that everything has calmed now, combat has ended, Lunalia is going to step outside.
I'm going to tend to the guy.
The Elmar or the fallen
Elmar.
Okay. He's all right. He's got a head wound that stopped bleeding, and he was rendered unconscious, but he's come to. He just sort of looks up and around the room and seems to be relieved that you all are there.
And most of the Redbrands are gone? Like they ran away, or?
No, there are several still in the room. They stood down.
Okay. I better pick up my axe. I forgot I threw it.
Yeah, and I think when we left off last time, Kurt was cowering in a corner after you'd thrown the axe at him.
That's right.
So I imagine it's laying on the floor with him just a couple feet away from it. As you approach, he's, stay the fuck away from me! He skitters across the floor over towards the others and ends up behind the bar.
What a wanner. I'm going to clap Noro on the back and say, appreciate the grapple.
Give a little wink and sly wink. Yeah.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. But now it's not. It hasn't it's not necessarily the next day, right? Right now, at the moment, it's still.
It's the same day. We're literally, a minute after we left off last
okay,
session. With you guys intending to spend the next hour resting and then moving on. You've made a tenuous truce with this Thaddeus character. And he's still there in the room if you want to talk to him further. He is basically waiting for you to ask him to lead you to the manor.
Well, I don't think we should rest here. I think we should go back to the other inn.
You think they're gonna try and gank us while we're taking a short rest?
I mean, it's better safe than sorry, I'd say.
Gotcha.
But,
It's also gross here.
We should probably head back to the other inn.
There he is.
What do you think?
Yep. Nora agrees. Kind of looking around. I'm still uneasy about what has happened.
Thaddeus speaks up and says, "Oh, you don't trust our hospitality? That's fine then. Run along back to the inn. Just come get me when you're ready. I'll be here."
All right. I'm gonna help Elmar. Oh, Elmar, let's get you back. Kind of lead him out.
Yes. Thank you.
So have we asked where the other missing people are?
We were told they were in the manor.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Thad told you guys that they'd been the rest of them.
Oh, yes, they took them.
their base.
Okay,
and
I
he
couldn't
told you
remember.
that there is a underground complex beneath the manor. But he hasn't really given any specifics on what comes next, other than he said he would lead you to the crypt, and maybe try and help convince the rest of the Redbrands to turn for Madrick and work with you guys. So if and when the time comes that you guys want to go there, you should probably have a little bit longer talk with him to decide what you're going to do and understand how far he's willing to go.
Before we leave, I'm gonna walk over to Kurt. And then
What do you want?
I'm gonna motion to him outside and explain that he should help get Trevor down, who's hanging.
I don't want to go near him. It's bad luck to touch the dead. Heard that somewhere. If you want him down, you cut him down. I don't want anything to do with him.
Okay, I'll just walk out.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna join
touching
the
it.
others and just leave him hanging.
Yeah, once you walk outside, you would have seen that Lunalia's already working on getting him down.
Oh, okay.
Noro gets squeamish.
As he does. So, as you all head outside, Lunalia, are you going to spend a few minutes trying to cut him down and do something with the body?
Yep, she's gonna cut him down, and she'll carry him back to town.
Just out of curiosity, what's her strength?
Her strength is 12.
Okay. I don't normally do this. I should. I'm just testing the mechanics. So I'm having a look to see how much a person with a strength of 12 can carry.
And if she can't carry him, she's going to slap together a real quick travois.
Well, you know, I've got it on one of these million different cheat sheets here. Let's see.
It says your strength score multiplied by 15 is the weight in pounds you can carry.
I'm reading 5. Strength times 5.
Yeah, I'm just reading off of D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I think I have a feeling that I have a feeling that this is wrong.
That's what it says specifically.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
mean,
Yeah,
if-
carrying capacity is strength multiplied by 15. Yeah, so strength of 10 is would be 150, and 12 would be whatever. 12 times 15 is 180 pounds.
It's 180. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's a rather thin, lanky fellow. Was a rather thin, lanky fellow. You could just barely get him over your shoulder and carry the corpse. Where are you taking him?
To the town hall or to the innkeeper to ask wherever they bury their dead.
Okay. So as the party heads back towards the Stonehill Inn, is there anything you want to do, anywhere you want to stop before you just go in?
As we're heading back, I'm going to say to Elmar, "That's quite a payment you're going to owe us this time."
Shaking him down.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh. Not right now. Oh, my head. I'm very glad. Don't get me wrong. I'm very glad you came to rescue me. They had others, though, and they took them. Are you going to find them? Are you going to help them as well?
We'll get you situated. We're going to rest for a bit, and then we're heading out again.
Thank you. I don't know if it's safe to go back to my shop. Maybe the inn.
Yes,
And so-
Toblin will take care of you.
You all take him to the inn, and Deebs, you find the door is barred shut. You knock on it, and there is a blind is drawn at the window, and you see Toblin peek out cautiously, and then he comes over and unbars the door and opens it. Oh, Elmar! Come here. I'll help him. And he gets him into a chair. How'd it go?
Madrick lost his head. We. I'm
gonna rub my belly.
we had a run-in with Madrick, and he's been taken care of, but we're being told he'll come back. So we're going to head out to that manor here after we're going to just have a quick rest and then head out.
What about the rest of them? There's a whole bunch of them. You didn't kill them whole, did you?
Just Madrick. Once we killed Madrick, they stand down. They stood down.
Oh, Mr. Deebs, I'm not sure that they will for long, but well, I'm thinking there aren't any other folks staying at the inn tonight other than the lot of you. I might just close up for the day. I'd like to keep my family safe. You understand, right?
I keep it locked up until we return from the manor.
Of course, you folk are welcome to. I'll keep an eye out from you and let you in if you intend to stay here tonight.
Toblin, where are your dead kept?
He looks at you and sees the body slung over your shoulder. Oh gods. There's a small burial plot outside of town. To the south, up the hill. Not more than a handful of gravestones, mind you. You might even miss it, but it's up on the edge of the tree line there to the south.
She'll just nod and she's going to head off that direction.
All right. You make the long and arduous journey with this body, eventually finding just 6 gravestones sitting up top of the hill here at the south end of town, maybe 30 feet from the trees. Are you digging a hole and putting him in the ground, or are you just going to leave the body there?
I'm just going to leave the body there. She's going to spend 5-6 minutes and just druid craft some grasses and vines to grow up over the body, figuring that'll be good enough for now. She doesn't know burial practices of this part of the world, so...
It takes some time. You do your best to try and obscure the body a bit with what you can coax out of the ground. It may work, it may not. Something can still dig it up. It's definitely not even a shallow grave, but it's kind of all you have time for.
And then she'll head back to the inn.
All right. As you all regroup here in the inn, around your usual table or wherever you'd like to be, feel free to converse amongst yourselves if you want, or just tell me when you're ready to go and I'll move on.
Poker, would Tobin know that Madrick does this whole resurrecting business?
You can ask him. He didn't really seem to even recognize the name.
All right. Well, Nora will go to Tobin and ask him wait, how would he not know the name?
Because the Redbrands pretty much leave him alone.
Oh, maybe that's right.
Yeah, you're not certain. Nobody's asked him yet. Nobody's actually talked to him.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go do some investigating.
Okay.
I'll go to Tobin and I ask him, do you know who Madrick is?
But I'm actually letting the dice decide here. Natural 20, okay. So yes, he does. Mr. Nora, I've heard his name, but I didn't really know much context about it. They've mostly left us alone. Just a couple of the folk have been in here for a drink now and then. They pay and they eye the customers, but they don't give us much trouble, so I haven't had much to say to them or them to me. But I have heard the name from...
But you haven't seen him?
Said. No. Wouldn't know if I did.
All right. I just say thank you.
Is there something else I can do for you?
Not for now.
Right then.
At this point, Lunalia would have made her way back to the inn. And she's going to stand at the edge of the bar, and she's going to call attention to everyone and say, but before we head to the ruins to find out what's going on with this Madrick fellow, I feel it's necessary to say what's on my mind. I am more than willing to help you rid the town of these bandits, whether that means pushing them off down the road, coming to some deal with them to keep the town safe, or some other means of ensuring that the town folk are no longer harassed. as well as also helping to rescue this dwarf you three are working for. For I gave my word that I would help, and I never go back on my word. However, some events the past couple of days do not sit well with me. And going forward, you cannot expect me to blindly turn an eye. The events of the past few days have left quite a bad taste in my mouth. Some of the actions taken by few members of this group have been questionable at best. While a handful of actions by yourself, Somia, go against everything any druid I have ever met stand for.
I'm gonna stand up and say, Lunalia, Kurt's blood is on your own hands. And with that, I'm gonna get up and leave. Sometimes you should keep your opinions to yourself.
Hang on, Kurt's not dead.
Kurt's not dead.
Trevor, then.
Yeah, Trevor.
Oh yeah.
They're basically the same guy.
I was.
Sorry, I forgot the name of the dude. But yeah.
No, I was with you too. I was like, yeah, that guy.
I'm like, oh fuck, what's she gonna do to Kurt?
Right.
Only a coward walks away in the middle of a confrontation.
You remind me of a baby bird, Lunalia. You should learn when to keep your mouth shut. And with that, I'm gonna just dismiss with a wave of my hand and walk outside.
Lunelli is going to cast Entangle before she makes it out the door. You're muted, Poker.
Do I need to find a combat map?
No.
Are you sure?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, Solmia, make a strength saving throw. I think it's what, DC 13?
I don't think it's strength. Oh, no, it is strength.
Well, if you link it so we can see it.
Holy shit. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. The inn is not particularly large. How long do you wait to cast it? Like, you cast it as Solmia gets away from everybody else, so it only hits her on the area around the door?
Yeah, once she gets towards the door.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So roots and vines plow up from between the floorboards, in some cases even seemingly growing right out of the wood itself, out of the wall around the door, and they reach up and wrap themselves around Solmia's legs, rooting her to the ground.
This is the second time you've been aggressive towards me. What the hell is your problem?
My problem is you, Solmia. My problem is that you're acting in a very undruidic fashion.
Tell me something, Lunalia. Where did you grow up?
I grew up several miles south of here.
Were you in a city? Were you in the countryside?
It was in the middle of nowhere.
Did you spend much time among wolves?
Some, but not often.
That much is clear. So let me tell you something, Lunalia. I did spend a lot of time among wolves. And wolves, they hunt in a pack. They have an obvious pecking order with the alpha at the top. Madrick was the Redbrands alpha. He gave an order to that Redbrand. He did not listen. I made sure that he will likely not make that mistake again. Secondly, Madrick tried to kill someone in my pack. I did absolutely what was necessary to make sure that Deebs was okay. You can sit there and run your mouth about what is a druid and what isn't. While you were busy searching rooms, I was taking care of my pack. I have nothing else to say.
Molly will cancel the entangle. So she's free to leave.
The roots and vines retract and disappear quickly.
Noro is sweating.
Has Solmia left the inn?
Oh, for sure.
Lunalia will turn to Deebs and say, I will see my part in this quest of yours done, and then I will continue on my way.
Lenaya, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me what have we done?
You have done nothing, Deebs. Nothing short of just being young and inexperienced. That one is on a dark path. A dark, self-serving, dominating path. Druids work in harmony with nature. That one works against. She serves her own needs. And I think I just get the odd sense that there's a blanket of darkness over that one. It is only a matter of time before her... What's the word I'm looking for?
Poop?
No. Her true needs surface. I want no part of it.
We don't know much about Samia. She seems very troubled, for sure. But I don't know exactly what's going on with her.
She speaks very truly about Pack. But I've known you 3 days. That's not enough to establish a Pack mentality for me.
We've been through battle together, though.
I've been through battle together with many people. And while I would protect you, heal you, fight with you, against those that I would deem adversaries, and in this case, so far they have been. But when a truce has been called and arms are laid down, to continue the fight, well, in Noro's case, I shall look over at him. There are circumstances. But in that one's case, I find it a bitter pill to swallow. Perhaps it is because I thought we were akin. We were of like minds. It has become very clear that we are nothing of the sort.
I'm not sure what to say, Lynn. I feel that we've been coming together slowly as a team, as friends. I just I'm truly sorry you feel this way.
Life goes on, Deeps. There's nothing to prevent us from seeing each other in the future. And as I said, I will uphold my obligation to you and your group until the deeds I have promised are done. When my companion returns from Dralamar, I will go with him on our way.
Well, hopefully I have some time to change your mind.
We shall see, Master Dwarf. I would not hold your breath.
Deebs, you look over Linalia's shoulder, and there is a tall, thin figure standing sort of in the shadows towards the back entrance. She steps forward slowly, and you can see it's Gariel. She just glances around the room cautiously, locks eyes with you.
Gariel!
There's a bit of a pained wince on her face as it becomes clear she's trying to keep it low key. She just says, "I've just come from Darren's farm. He's all right. He's resting, and Ulrich's watching over him. I thought I'd come see if everyone was all right. But you're short one."
Is she referring to Samia?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Samia stepped outside. She's she's okay.
Next thing you know, he's going to call her Peace.
Damn it.
Wow.
God damn it. Again, you saved my life. I don't know how I could repay you. Your spell you cast saved me.
I had a feeling it might.
If there's anything I could ever do for you, please don't hesitate to ask.
Take me with you. I found the dwarf, the blacksmith, staggering out his front door. He's fine. I put him to rest. I cast a small spell that will give him some rest for a while, and I made sure the door cannot be opened from the outside, but his daughter was taken. I have to help.
Oh,
I of course, we appreciate any assistance. We were just going to rest up for a moment and then head out.
All right. I'll be outside at the fountain. Come find me when you're ready. There's a look of conflict on her face as she looks around the room and leaves. But hey, you got your elf. Hey. Does anybody want to do anything with this hour other than what just happened? Anything else? Somia, are you going anywhere while you're outside? Or are you just taking a walk? Or
Yeah, I'll just take a walk.
Okay.
A short, resty walk. If I can't walk and short rest, I'll just find a tree to sit under.
I can't, like, you can't short rest while you're traveling, but if you're just, taking a stroll around town, sure, of course. All right. Well, as we come to the end of our short rest, you all regroup to head out. You find Gariel outside, just kneeling near the fountain, staring into the small pool of water filled with coins. And you see her reach in and take one coin out, look at it for a second, and pocket it. She looks up as the group approaches and nods, stands up, and joins you.
Poker, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, I guess, such a thing as evil druids? I never thought to.
No, druids are only neutral.
Okay.
Dark, I wouldn't just make that statement.
I didn't. I've done a lot of reading about it the past few days.
I don't know if that's correct from a mechanics perspective. Like, I don't know if the player's handbook says that druids can't be good or evil, only neutral, but I can look.
It doesn't say anything. There's nothing in the player's handbook.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, given, I guess, the way druids could work, like, could they have evil intent in them and still be able to cast the spells that they do? Is why I'm asking. I'm curious now, after just witnessing what I witnessed.
I don't see why not.
They can be corrupted. Just like anybody else.
Like mind control type corruption, or
Well, that too.
No, I have a hard time believing there isn't such a thing as a drow druid, and the vast majority of drow are evil. I have a hard time believing that you mechanically can't have a evil aligned druid.
Yeah, there's like the whole Underdark circle.
Yeah.
man, now I'm like curious now.
Yeah, I mean, alignment is really more a guideline. If you have a connection to a god of a specific alignment, you really, if your class is connected to them mechanically, you really have to stay within the bounds of that alignment. Your actions need to stay within the bounds of that alignment, or risk having issues, praying for your spells, etc. But it's a little less defined with druidic magic.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that.
Sam, were you gonna say something?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
The way I see it, Deebs is the only one here who's stuck with an alignment. Sorry, Deebs.
Oh, yeah.
Good guy.
Always in the friend circle.
Now, that isn't to say that that a druid that acts counter to the balance of nature would not find some repercussions down the road, but it's certainly not like they're not going to get their spell slots back tomorrow. Whereas, if Deebs suddenly starts going out and committing evil acts, he's going to have a problem right now. Like, tomorrow morning, he may not find that his spell slots have come back.
Oh.
I mean, it's DM's discretion, but what do you think a good aligned god would do if suddenly one of their followers that prays to them for power starts acting very, very against their core beliefs, their core values?
Yeah.
They might stop listening.
Yep. Oh, that makes sense.
So for a cleric, there's that immediate connection, right? It's
yeah.
It's not direct. Like, he's not. I mean, he is. He's praying. He's not necessarily hearing back from his god directly. Certainly not at this level. But and there are actually spells for that, or an ability, divine intervention at higher levels. But mechanically, that's where a cleric's power comes from, and they pray daily, or in his case, nightly, for spells for power. So,
got it. Yeah, that's what got me curious to think, like, how do spells work with a druid if they do become malintent? I'm not saying Somia is turning into that, but I just got curious about, do evil druids even exist?
Yeah, and good and evil when it comes to nature are very sort of don't really matter so much as like you could be. I'll give you an example. A druid of good alignment could help a group of builders populate and civilize a wild area. That is not an evil act, but that goes very much against the balance of nature, right? To cut down a forest and build a city.
Oh, I see.
Why would a druid ever do that? That's not inherently an evil act, but it is very against preserving the balance.
Got it. Okay. Tricky.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So, are we trying to say that Solmia eating Madric's head is an evil act? Because I'd very much like to split hairs on that.
Not
No,
me.
I don't think that's an evil act.
No.
Yeah, Lunali is being a drama queen.
I was just, it got me curious on levels of druidic power and how they receive it, and poker cleared it up really good though. So at least helped me. I'm trying to remember again how D&D mechanics work.
It's far less mechanical than it used to be. That's for sure.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There's
All
far
right.
less focus on things like alignment and whatnot.
It's however poker wants it to work.
That's true.
I mean, yeah. I mean, let's be fair though. Like, definitely call me out if I'm not consistent, right? So
yeah.
things might be a little bit different in this world, or we might all decide together on things being a specific way, with mechanics or even with RP or lore. But the intent is always to whatever we decide on, whatever we agree on. Let's be consistent, and that's why I've added a section in the website just to to sketch out any house rules or
Right.
anything for clarity. So
Cool.
Has the team even met Gariel yet?
You and Scribble have.
That's right.
No, I don't think the rest of us have.
No, yeah, no.
All right.
I'm trying to remember who all was there when she gave you the boons for you and Scribble. Was that just Deebs?
Yeah, that was just me.
It was like right as you guys were getting ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the other three of you in the room, two of the three of you in the room might have a question as to who that was who came and left.
Yeah, Nora was like, and who is this?
You would have heard Ulrich mention the elf. I think he said the elf refused to help when I asked for it, and I think Lunalia was a little perplexed as to who he was talking about a couple sessions ago, but I don't think you would have met her.
Everyone, this that was Gariel. She's a cleric in this town. She helped me. Go ahead.
And sorry, going back to where we were, you guys had actually just met back up with her.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
so
well then I'll introduce everybody then. Gariel, these are the party of adventurers I've been hanging out with. I have the giant one. His name is Noro.
Nice to meet you.
She looks up and nods.
The bird you've seen, I believe, before is Scribble.
She smiles at the Kenku.
The moist one is Lunaria.
She'll nod her head at her.
She softly whispers a very flowery greeting in Elvish to you.
Her eyes will widen a little bit, and she'll just she'll respond in kind.
Is Samia with us now?
I guess I can be. Is the short rest over or whatever?
Yeah. I imagine you got to at a certain point you were probably like, yeah, you know what? They're probably getting ready to go. I should head back or something.
Yep.
Okay.
And last but not least, this is Samia in Italian. Apparently.
Apparently.
Salmia could probably be an Italian name. I'll just nod.
She looks at you for a long 5 seconds and just slowly nods. Looks at the rest of you and back to Deebs. And she says, what I said before still stands. I'm forbidden from helping you, but the girl and others that were taken, I can help them, I think. It doesn't matter. I'm going to anyway. I'll go as far as finding them, and I'll make sure that they get to safety. Whatever else you do is up to you.
Gariel, I don't want to put you in any sort of danger.
She smiles and says, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Worry about yourself. I can't do that trick again.
Aye. Well, let's get going then.
So your now slightly larger group heads back to the Sleeping Giant, where you find. It's going to take me a while to remember his name. Sorry. Scrolling through my growing list of characters. Thaddeus, where you find Thaddeus leaned up against the side of the building, picking dirt out from under his fingernails with a long pointed dagger. He looks up with a nonchalant look on his face. All rested up. Good of you to join me. So, how are we doing this? Front door or the back way?
You tell us.
Well, he looks up towards the manor house, and you can see at this distance at least one figure near the rubble of what used to be a rather large and grand entrance to the home. Right there on the map. It's fair to say they probably saw you all make your way in here. We was expecting you. So they likely saw you. I don't know, to be honest, what the others would think of you. I've seen what you can do. You seem like resourceful people. Took down Madrick well enough once you had him figured out. You seem like you're gonna deal with him permanently. Maybe we can convince the others. Maybe we can't. If we can't, I don't want to be on the wrong side of that. So let's make this clear. If we walk in there and I try to convince them that they should back you, if they say no, you prepared to fight? He looks around at all of you. Because if you're not, I'm not fucking going in there at all.
Of course. Then we go through the front door.
Well, there is the back way. I'll keep that a secret until you find it. Until I show it to you, that is. If we go that way, probably less resistance. Maybe sneak in and get a little one and the others out. And then we go have a talk.
Can I do an insight check? What I would like to check for is, like, when we went to the Sleeping Giant, are any of the numbers less than before?
Good. You don't really need insight for that. You could do a perception check. You could insight check what he's saying to you.
Okay, I'll do a perception check.
Just having a look around, having a glance around while you're talking to him.
Yep.
Yeah, so the front door to the main room of the tap house is open. And as you glance in, you do see a couple missing. Now, you're not sure if they're upstairs, resting after the fight or whatnot. But you do see the one that Salmia rendered unconscious is sitting in a chair, and he seems to be awake now. He's got a flagon that he's drinking something out of. The bartender, the short, surly looking dwarven woman who tends bar, is back behind the bar again. And there are a couple other folks, but you definitely don't see Roger, the dangerous looking one, or a couple others that were upstairs. Now, they again may just be tucked away in rooms, or they may have left.
I grab him by the neck, and I want to do an intimidation check and ask him, what do you mean probably less resistance if we go the back way?
Okay. Make a grapple check. That's a athletics check to grapple him. Holy shit. Yeah, he got a 7. It's basically a surprise as well. He wasn't expecting it. You reach out and just grab him by the neck, and go ahead and make an intimidation with advantage. Impressive. Damn, dude. It's making up for last week.
Yeah, it
Better
is.
keep those rolls high if combat shows up.
What do
though.
you say as you lean into him with your hand around his throat?
I'm just saying, what do you mean by probably less resistance if we go the secret way?
The fuck do you think I mean? Let go of me. Jay. I mean, we sneak in, you get your people out, and then we deal with the others. Look, I'm not looking for a fight. It's just going to be me and you in there.
I put him down. I say, then the secret way it is.
Can I show him my pad that had the little map on it, and then point to the where the kid at the inn had said the back door probably was?
Uh,
Oh, I forgot about that kid.
yeah, that's right. Pip Stonehill did tell you that. He looks down at it and his eyes narrow. Oh, I see you already found it then. Well, fuck me.
No, calm down.
Right then. So's we're clear. You do that to me again, and I will fucking walk away. Right? Big man?
Slap him on the back kind of hard and kind of nod my head, yeah.
Fuck. He takes a couple steps away from you and looks at Deebs. Keep him away from me. I don't like him. Right, so's we're clear. We're going to go in there. Right? I'll take you in the back way. If there's anything we run into, unfavorable, unsavory, any folk that take a dislike to us being there, I'll speak for you. But if they don't stand down, you fight them, not me. I'll hang back. Once it's safe, we move on. Yep.
Agreed.
Yeah, I was going to look to the party and ask, are we ready to fight if need be?
Yes, the priority is to get the captives out. And if they won't let them go willingly, so be it.
So we're all in agreement then.
I say yes in Dwarvish.
Ha
Lunalia's just going to look at Noro quizzically, sort of repeat what he said without knowing what it means.
Yeah, the silly thing about this is Deeps probably really wouldn't recognize it, but Noro, I would imagine, has a little bit of a Duragar accent to his Dwarvish.
Yes. He's probably going to get mad and say, that's not how you say it.
Maybe he just assumes that Nora learned, Dwarven poorly.
That underground accent.
So, Fad leads you south and into the farm fields to the southeast of town. He keeps looking up towards the manor, and you follow his eye line and notice that he's looking. There's a scout that stands out front of the manor, keeping an eye on things, mostly looking towards the sleeping giant, but also just sort of scanning the town. And he kind of gets over to a spot near the wall and the trees over here, the southeastern edge of town, and looks up and motions you all to hurry. He says, "To the forest. Quick, while they're not looking." He runs into the trees at quite a fast clip. You all follow him and find yourself in a thicket of trees that gets dense very quickly. The smell here in this small wooded area is fresh. There are fresh leaves of spring have opened up, and flowers on the brush beneath the trees are in bloom, and it's Lunalia and Solmia. It's an enticing, intoxicating scent, of nature all about you. Um, he leads you deeper into the wood, and about 300 feet in, cuts north. And after just a couple of minutes, you arrive at the base of the hill below the manor house. And you can see there, he pulls back what looks like a stand of tall shrubs, but it's actually a carefully constructed facade with some brush sort of affixed to the front of it. And as he slides it back, you can see there's a small cave entrance lined with very old cobblestone. Right, it's through here. It's dark. And he reaches down in a little hollow and pulls out a torch and strikes flint and gets it going.
Is
So
it
in you go.
narrow? Is it narrow where only one person can fit at a time, I guess?
It's narrow, Noro. You find yourself, at least for the first 50 feet or so, having to hunch down to fit in it. It does open up a little bit once you get a little further in.
That's what you
And
get for bulking up on them carbs.
the walls of this small cave seem to be roughly natural. It's a cleft in the rock that was widened out sort of at the entrance, and an archway was built in to keep it from collapsing. But as you get further in, you can definitely see you're in a cleft that opens up a little bit. And as it does, you begin to see light up in the distance. I'm going to pause for just a couple minutes while I get the map up and get you guys loaded onto it.
Ooh, a dungeon map.
So I'm going to drop you on the map. Can you guys see anything, or is it all blank? All black?
It's all
Black right now.
Black.
All I
God.
see is the original map of the inn, or of the hideout, or whatever. I've tried reloading twice.
It just went black.
Okay, well, then you need to clear your cache and reload.
All of
Should
us
it not
are-
be black?
No. Black is good.
Okay.
What she's seeing is telling me that her roll 20 is broken, or it's yeah.
Thaddeus is the guy that's leading us, right?
Yep.
Yes. And he looks like, well, he's on the website, but
Got it. Thank you.
here I'll just throw him in the group chat.
How do I clear my cache? Because reloading the page does nothing.
I don't know Firefox. You'll have to Google it.
Oh,
maybe,
yes.
Maybe shift click on refresh. That might do it. I don't know. What is your marching order?
Knew you were gonna ask that.
It's kind of what I do.
Yeah. We need the meat bag in the front.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
the dwarf. The dwarf.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought
I'll
Nora
take-
was going first.
Yeah. I'll take lead, and maybe Noro. Maybe you take the rear.
So
Put
I'll go right behind Deeps.
All right. If you feel someone grab your butt, it wasn't me.
Or I mean, the druids. The only one I'm concerned about is Scribble. The druids
Let's
seem
stick
pretty
him in the middle.
Yeah, just as Scribble in the middle. So, yeah, I don't know. Me,
I'll go right behind Deeps.
Linalia, Scribble, Psalm, and then you, Hummer.
But we also have 2 others with us.
Oh yeah, and Gariel. Shit.
Oh hell! Oh,
Oh.
hell! Hang on, I gotta do token for. Thanks for reminding me.
Don't forget about your girl. She's the pretty one.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, that's what I'm gonna name her. Pretty one.
She already has a name, dude.
No. Goliath name. Pretty
Ah.
one. I'm gonna say like Thebes. Pretty one needs help.
I don't appreciate you talking about my girlfriend like that.
I knew it. Freaking dwarf. Now I'm just gonna speak Dwargar dwarf to him.
Oh, Jesus.
Get him to just irritate him a little more. Sorry guys, I blew my rage on picking someone up by his throat and intimidating.
You burned all your good rolls.
Even my
all your rolls. Look at those rolls you had.
all my rolls are done. But at least Omia got his out of the way.
Yeah, I rolled a 2. I got 8 strength, so -1.
I mean, what are the odds we get any ones again? I haven't seen anybody roll ones twice, except for poker, I think.
Keep it that way.
Right?
I do a lot of rolls when we're RPing to sort of so that I'm not always just running all of the NPCs, so that they're making checks as well. Intelligence checks, perception checks, whatever, as well as just some dice rolls. Like, is he going to do this or isn't he going to do this? I'll let the dice decide. A high roll yes, and a low roll no. Little things like that to sort of randomize. And yeah, I get a lot of ones. A lot of ones. Okay, can you guys at least see your tokens on the map?
No, all I see is black.
All right, well, let's do a... How about now?
Now I can.
Upper left, yes.
Looks like a boss and WoW.
Oh boy. I
That's
don't know
perfect.
that
What's that, Hummer?
I don't think I fit.
Wait till you get to the tip of the dick.
Oh. Oh, I see. Okay.
That's probably good enough for now. I think I've got everybody on there. And I got one more.
I like it, poker. It feels like I'm in the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon.
What's that? Oh, you talking
The
about
art.
the map style?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so this is a the guy that made the mapping tool, Wonderdraft, that I used to create the region map. Also, this year in January, I think released the alpha of his new dungeon mapping tool called Dungeon Draft. I bought it like I don't know 3 or 4 days ago, and it's ridiculous. Like it only has the one art style, but of course you can upload your own custom art as well.
Yeah.
But the tool is so
And-
fast at creating; it's just amazing.
Oh, wow.
Like I created
you-
this map once I figured out how to use the tool. I created this map in like 2 hours.
And you got the art skills.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not super prepared for this. I feel like I'm playing catch up here. Just get really.
All good. Our one fan is probably angry.
Fuck them.
Fuck.
Yeah, I what I don't have is I don't have under like below ground ambience, and there doesn't really seem to be any in the game either.
I will have to theater the mind all of this. I have tried clearing the cache 3 times. I've done a full reboot. I'm stuck on that map.
No.
Oh, you know what? Hang on. I know why. Let me fix this. It's me. It was me. Oh god, it was me.
Do you ever on special settings
How
since she's
about
the one
now?
who scouted the inn?
Yep.
Oh shit. Yeah, it was me. I was testing something. I forgot you can drag an individual player and put them somewhere too, and I'd done that a couple like last week, midweek or something. Can you see now? Sorry, I feel like an idiot.
With
Never
her.
hurts to clear your cache.
Derek, you can see now, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Your audio's still cutting in and out. I could barely hear you that time.
Was it exactly how you pictured it?
Yeah, yes, yep. Looks like a sneaky back way in.
Are you asking her if
Nice.
she's seen the map?
I don't look at any of that shit. I want to be surprised. He tries to tell me about, things. I'm like,
Yeah,
I don't want to know.
I do have cave ambience. There we go.
Oh, sweet. I hear it.
Nice.
I hear
Nice.
something. Oh, right. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
As you move through this cleft of a cave, it opens up, and you see torchlight flickering in the distance. As it gets closer, you begin to hear the sound of something moving about. And as you move into this area here, you find yourselves in about a 20-foot deep ravine with somewhat of a flat bottom. Up the edge, which looks like it's easily climbable, there is a little bit wider section of the cave. And you see the light flickering from above from what looks like a cobblestone hallway. As you get close and start to climb up, you begin to hear a voice. Deebs, are you scrabbling up the side first to take a look around,
Yep.
being that you're in front? Or
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and move your token to wherever you're going to climb up, and make a perception check for me.
I'll climb up over here. And
All right. Oh, okay. That's a place. As you climb up, you come face to face with a massive round eye, shimmering in the dim light. It almost has a glow to it as it sparkles and it stares at you. A mouth opens just beneath it. Sharp yellowed teeth pull back into a grin and a snarl.
No.
Who are you?
Oh.
You're not like the others. This is my cave. Mine. Stay out. Back from where you came. The creature, not really any larger than you, looks like this. I'm just going to paste it in the group chat because it's easier there.
My God.
Strange
Oh.
mottled skin. Stony spikes protrude from the back of its head and neck. It has long, twisted clawed hands and backwards bent legs. The strange creature scrabbles back into the corner from you. Let's see if I can put him on the map.
what the?
How high up did Deebs climb? Like
20 feet. He's
20 feet.
just at the edge of the ledge.
Oh, that's cool, Poker. That's exactly what you just showed.
nice.
And it scrabbles back into the corner, very sort of Gollum style, on hands and knees. Back from where you came. Leave me alone. Leave my home. It seems to be getting agitated at your presence. The rest of you hear this strange voice from up past Deebs.
Oh, we can hear him.
Mm-hmm.
We got a little bit of a situation up here. I'll leave you be.
Lunali would have moved up to the base of where Deebs is. Deebs, who are you talking
I
to?
step back a little bit.
Moro is going to start eyeballing Thaddeus and ask him, "What is this?"
He just turns and looks at you, says, "He's nothing to worry about. Hey, you little shit. Back the fuck off. Thaddeus here." Huh? I hear you, but I do not see you. And then the rest of you see this softly glowing large green orb of an eye pop up over the edge of the ravine and look down at you. And it bobs up and down a bit. Oh, Thaddeus. Yeah, I know you. You should have come first. I almost ate your friend. Deebs, as you observe this creature, you notice its mouth is still sort of locked into that slowly slobbering smile. It's not moving as it talks, and you begin to realize, and the reason all of you can hear it so clearly is its voice is in your minds.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Is this part of the security for this entrance, Thaddeus?
No, this little shit lives here. Don't know how long he's been here. Longer than me. Back in your corner, you little... He's harmless, mostly. It's weird, though. Fucking weird. I don't like him. He gets in your head. Deebs, I need you to make a... insight check. as the creature snaps its head around and looks at you, its eye glares large, and you feel something in the back of your mind like a push. And you resist it, and it sort of fades away. Hard to read. Perhaps one of the others, yes. And he slowly moves his way along the wall towards the others.
He's trying to get into your heads. Careful.
Oh, he does that. We best move on quick. Thaddeus starts climbing up the wall. There's no check required. It's a rather shallow bank. It's up about 20 feet. If you were in combat, it'd be a little bit different story. The creature slowly moves along, staying sort of in the shadows and back along the edge of the wall. And just watches you intently with that large eye as it darts back and forth between you. You hear strange whispers and mad cackling and gibberish in the back of your minds as it observes you the whole time.
Lunalia is going to climb up the cliff and just look at it for a little bit. Has she ever seen anything like this before?
You could make an Arcana check.
Oh dear. No.
Whoa, nice.
There's something about its appearance that is familiar. You're not entirely certain, but you remember reading somewhere in one of your father's books about something like this. But it's not a high enough roll to reveal anything more.
Okay.
So unless anybody wants to interact with this creature, I will just move you up and in. Is that all right?
Yep, Lunalia's just going to say to the creature, sorry we're intruding on your home. We'll be out of here shortly.
I suggest to Deebs to let Thaddeus go up there first.
Go ahead, Thaddeus.
What was Gariel's reaction to it?
She is quiet and reserved and just keeping her mouth shut and staying in the back.
Okay.
My kind of woman.
Oh, Jesus.
Just for shits and giggles, Poker.
Yeah.
Can I think greetings in Undercommon?
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
You do that, and I'm going to go have a quick read and see. Oh, holy shit. Its smile widens a little bit as you... and it repeats... it replies to you out loud in Undercommon. You speak the tongue. Greetings. I need you to make an insight check.
Insight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ooh.
It's a contested roll. I'm not sure why it's not a saving throw, but...
Nice.
Sorry, and I've got that backwards. It's a deception check against the creature's insight.
Oh, so okay.
You could use the dice roll there, or you could just re-roll the whole thing.
I'd go with the first roll.
Well, it doesn't matter. It rolled more than you. You feel a push at the back of your mind as whispers creep in, and there is. You suddenly feel in your mind exposed, vulnerable. It took something from you. It learned something from you, and the eye just sort of bobs up and down in the dim light. And in Undercommon, it says, you hear interesting things. It terrifies you, but you wish to hear more of it. I wish I could hear it as well. It It's so lonely down here. And unless anybody else speaks Undercommon, you
do.
just hear it. Well, there you go, Deebs. So you heard that.
So yeah, I'll just say be careful poking around in there. you might get something you don't want.
Its head bobs up and down.
And like that wasn't threatening. That was just more so like matter of fact. So then I'll just say sorry for intruding on your place here. Hopefully we'll be gone soon. And then this is all in Undercommon.
It speaks out loud again and says, "You've given me a gift. You can visit again for a price. Another secret, perhaps." It looks around at the rest of the group with a very hungry look on its face. Thaddeus refuses to step out in front and says, No, you go first. Remember, if we run into anyone, I'll talk. But if things go bad, you fight.
You stick close to me then.
Right. End of this hall, on the right, is where they're being held. Your other right. You're right, sorry. Not stage right.
All right, so
Deeves, just sprint right down there.
right here, right?
Just kidding. As you step there,
Suddenly, Lunalian will move up with him.
I'm waiting for Thaddeus to move.
It's not dark in here, is it?
No, it's dimly to brightly lit,
Oh.
depending on how far away from the torchlight you are, but there is no place anywhere on this map that is dark.
So, like, Noro doesn't need a flashlight.
Correct.
Yay!
As you approach the first door, Thaddeus just walks over to it, places his ear against it, and listens. Good. He's out. Or he's asleep. I can't hear him snoring.
Who's in there?
Well, nobody, I think. But normally, some fellow that Madrick says he found when he came back here for the first time in a while. Some wizard. Generally stay out of his way. He's kind of strange, and I don't much like him. Don't much have a use for him.
But he's one of your group.
He just shrugs and says, "No, he does something for Madrick, but I don't know what. Like I said, he keeps to himself, and we stay the fuck out of his way."
I look to the party and say, "Do we think this wizard might be responsible for bringing Madrick back?"
Well, at the very least, he might know something about what is happening. Is there any cracks in the door or a keyhole that we can look through?
It is a wooden door with rusting iron hinges and an iron handle. At a glance, that's all you see. If you want to inspect it, you can make an investigation check.
We'll inspect it. Oh, my investigation is dog shit. It's sure a door.
Sure is. Are you like grabbing it, trying to open it, or?
No, she's just looking for. Can I see underneath? Can I look through the peephole? Is there a
There
lock?
is a bit of a crack underneath, and there is the soft flicker of candlelight that licks out through it. It does have a keyhole on it, and it appears to be locked. Thaddeus is just standing there tapping his foot. I don't know what you think you're going to find in there, but I wouldn't piss him off if I was you.
My dear Thaddeus, pissing people off seems to be my specialty. Just gonna knock on the door.
Oh, jeez.
Jesus Christ, this
Oh
lady.
my god.
We get to the people first.
Here we go.
Just knocking. It's just a light knock. Tap, tap, tap.
Oh, okay. Well,
You wait, nothing.
See, now we know he's not coming out.
All right, what do you all want to do? On to the next door?
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay. You move on down the hall, and as you get towards the end of the hallway, this old, crumbling cobblestone hallway, you find a slide of rocks to one side that's blocked a tunnel. It's impassable unless you spend a large amount of time clearing rubble out of the way. At the far end of the hallway is a statue, which I just realized I have not revealed entirely. Is a statue of an armored knight holding a sword. And over here, there seems to be an odd alcove. And from this side, it almost looks like a bricked over portal, like a doorway that's been bricked over. Thaddeus just kind of glances at it and looks at you.
Can I investigate that wall? It's over here, right?
As you walk over to it, he says, hey, leave that for after. That's where the rest of them are. Best not be hasty. Let's get your people out. Do for ones inside this room first. He bangs on the door with his fist loudly. Hey, you shits, open up! The door opens. And you see within the room, Deebs, and I'm guessing the others would crowd around as well. Scribble, are you hanging back by that wizard's door for a reason? Because that'd sure be interesting.
Yeah, as everyone passed, I was going to hang out by the door and see if I could hear anything in the room.
Okay, make a perception check.
I closed the window, hold on.
Oh, nice.
oh. I didn't want to blink. My eyes were drying out.
You listen, and you really don't hear anything. It certainly sounds like the room is vacant at the moment.
Okay, then I'll just catch up with everyone.
Okay. The door opens slowly, and a very scruffy-looking young ruffian comes to the door. You can see he's got a short sword in his hand. What? Look, there's been a change of plans. Madrick's out. I'm running things now. Fuck you mean you're running things? I mean, I'm running things. These lads cut his head off. Well, one of them ate it. Anyway, he'll be back. Yeah, well, they're going to take care of him. And there's coin in it for us. How much coin? Dunno. How much coin does a castle hold? What? Look, fuck off. Just get out of there and let them get their friends out. No, Madrick told me he'd kill me if I let him out. Yeah, well, fuck Madrick. I'm making rolls here. By the way,
Okay.
this isn't just me talking to myself.
What you guys don't know is I sometimes hear these practice conversations and think Poker is losing his mind.
Oh, you hear that?
Nice.
The ruffian behind the door shuts the door, and you hear it lock from the other side. This is a much stronger looking iron banded reinforced door. You hear his voice from inside, sort of muffled. Yeah, well, you know what? Fuck you. We'll wait till tomorrow. We'll discuss this with Madrick when he's back then. Thad just turns around and looks at you, and he shrugs and says, well, can't say I didn't try. This one's on you, lads. And he backs off.
Yep.
So did we see any captives in there, or is it just those three?
Yeah, so Deebs, you got a quick glance around, and you saw a cell on either side of the room with a barred door. And you did see people within, but it was a little too dim to see anybody. You saw just one person sort of stand up and move towards the bars before the door shut.
Like we kick it down, boys.
Yeah. What? They've got the captives. We're gonna have to get in there. Any objections?
I don't even ask. I start kicking away.
There we go.
All right. I'm going to have you... Well, you tell me what you're doing. Are you attacking the door, or are you going to try and tear it open, or...
I look at it and I want to see if I can give it a boot and would it be able to swing open, or is this something more of a cell type of door and we're going to have to work on it?
You could. Give me just a second. I'm just looking up the stats on the door because, yes, the door has stats. Doors. You can make a strength check to try and break the door down.
All right, I'll do that now.
If you raged, you would get advantage on that.
Lunelli's going to shout from the hallway. You are making my friend out here very angry. You would not like him when he's angry.
Oh boy.
Please open the door.
Given that there might be a fight here, you guys should position your tokens where you'd like to be, so that you're not burning your first round moving into position.
Oh, Gariel feels it.
Yeah, you see Thaddeus back down the hallway, and he stops. And you see her standing behind him. She just has her hand on his shoulder, and she just smiles at him. You'll be safe here.
Hmm.
Is that where you're staying, Scribble?
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
All right. I just... Nope. I haven't taken any damage, so I can't rage yet. So I'm just going to boot the door. I'm gonna make...
You can use a bonus action and rage and kick the door down. Damage or attacks are what keeps rage going. So next turn, you need to either attack somebody or get hit. But you can turn rage on.
I'm trying to make it where Noro doesn't do it by choice. Like something has to happen to him.
Cool. Okay.
So
go ahead and just make it go ahead and make your strength check then.
Does no
Roll
one
high.
have like a crowbar or something?
I do not.
I'm actually
Doesn't
looking
one
now.
come in one of the starting kits? I don't. The one I'd pick didn't.
I have smith tools. Would that?
Oh, I actually have a crowbar.
Oh,
I'm glad you said something. So I will hand my crowbar to Oro.
Why don't you
I don't
make
know if
it
that
roll
makes
with
it roll
advantage?
easier.
Nora?
Kicking the door in is cooler.
Yeah,
It
using
is,
a
but-
crowbar grants advantage to strength checks. Funny.
Oh, nice.
Well, I don't
Okay,
know.
yeah.
That's what I'm ruling. With this door and the way it's locked, yeah, if he jams the crowbar in right next to the lock and goes to pop it, it might work better than kicking it down.
Yeah, let's do that.
Oh no shit!
Yeah.
Hey, I did
You
it
called
right.
it.
I didn't even
You
know.
called it. Yeah,
That's
nice. All right, I'm rolling.
I don't know how the fuck that I got that thing.
Jesus. Don't mind the crappy rolls. Does it even matter?
Can I put my hand on Noro and say, I believe in you, big guy. Try it again.
Are you giving them some guidance?
Oh
No,
man.
I don't have guidance. I'm just, I just saw him fail and just trying to give him a little bit of encouragement.
Lunalia will do the same thing on the other side then and give him some guidance.
All right, so you move up and guide him. Noro, give it a try again. This time, yeah, just give it a shot again.
There we go.
And you can
Oh,
add
there
a
you go.
D4.
You jam the crowbar in one more time, and you lean heavily against it, and the door pops open. And as you do, are you using your? Are you moving in or?
Oh, just kidding.
Well,
I'm
as you do, we're going to roll initiative because you see that the three of them have drawn weapons and are ready to attack. Just so you guys know, you ignore the titles. I know they're called Ruffian 3, 4, and 5. I just copied them from last week's map. So,
All good.
and actually, you know what? I will rename them just so they're not confusing. And if you'd like me to generate names for them, I can do that too. If it helps your immersion.
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that after the session, and then I'll post them on the website.
Speed bump 1, 2, and 3.
Speed bump 1, 2, and 3.
I rolled a 16, but it didn't show up in the list. Poker, I don't know why.
Yeah, I did. I see it.
Oh, okay. Maybe I can't see it on my side.
It didn't show up in the turn.
No,
order
it
'cause you
did,
didn't
but
have
you may
your
not have had your token selected. It's fine. I can just
That
put you
damn
in
it.
there.
That's right. That's why.
Yeah, it's fine. I can just put you in there. And oh, hey, you know what? I actually rolled what you rolled. So there you go. Normally, I just click and I have a macro button. I click and then it adds you, but it also re-rolls it. So we will sort ascending, descending. Noro, with you standing right at the door, one of the ruffians steps into the doorway and takes a swing at you.
I wouldn't if I were you.
That is a 17 to hit.
Ouch.
Uh, 5 points of slashing damage. He swings again. That is a 14 to hit. Does that hit?
Yes.
For another 6 points, so a total of 11 points of slashing damage from 2 attacks with a short sword as he hacks across your chest.
You
Here we
shouldn't
go
have done
again.
that.
He's going to duck back around the corner, which does give you an attack of opportunity if you want to take it.
Yes.
Yeah. You clip him with the great axe. Actually, you know what? Roll a d10 for me and tell me what you get.
Okay. 5.
While I put up some combat music.
I got a 5, sir.
5 on a d10. Because you did more than half of his health in one hit. System shock. He is stunned until the end of his next turn. He actually does not move. As he turns to run, You level the great sword or the great axe at him and swing mightily, catching him down the flank and into his leg, and he just collapses against the door jamb. Drops his sword and just kind of leans there for a second as the impact knocks the wind out of him.
Nice.
That Linelia, you're up.
They kind of yell. They do that double attack thing.
There's no way I can get in the room then without Noro and the other guy are both blocking the door.
Nora's not. You can move through a friendly creature's space at double the movement cost. You just can't end in their space. But yeah, the ruffian is blocking the door. You can certainly push him out of the way if you want.
Fuck. She.
I have an idea when it's my turn.
She's gonna cast. She's gonna move into Noro Square. And she's gonna cast Earth Tremor.
And then move past or step back.
Yeah, she's gonna step back after.
Okay. So can you link the spell? Because I don't know what it does.
She cast it yesterday. I mean, did she? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
and there's like 400.
That was a whole
something
week
spells
ago.
in the game. I don't remember all of them.
Oh,
Especially not the first level spells.
gotcha. Then I'm just busting your balls.
So 10-foot range. So that's going to hit Deebs, Solmia, and the two ruffians.
And Noro.
What
and
I
Nora.
say about splash damage? God damn it!
All right, so on a failed save, bludgeoning damage is knocked prone. Okay, so I need everybody to Deep Solmia, Noro make a strength saving throw. Sorry, a dexterity saving
It's
throw.
Dex. Another natural 20, Noro?
Yes.
Deebs and Noro save. Solmia takes the 3 points of bludgeoning damage, as does the ruffian in the door. The other one does save with a natural 19. As the ground shakes around you, small flagstones begin to fall from the ceiling as the entire corridor about you shakes. You can see the column to your left crumbles a bit. You get the idea that maybe you shouldn't do this again in here with the aging state of the stonework around you. And you step out of Noro Square.
Yeah, I'll step back beside Deebs again.
Okay. Scribble.
So with the holding an action thing,
Mhm.
like, so do I just declare that I want to cast a spell but I'm going to hold it in case I want to?
You would declare the spell that you cast and the trigger that causes you to cast it. Like I will hold, I will hold this spell and I will cast it if an enemy combatant comes into view or if an enemy combatant attacks Noro. However, you lose the spell slot if that triggering condition doesn't happen by the start of your next turn.
But with a cantrip, it would just nothing would happen then.
Yep.
Okay, I want to do that with Chill Touch.
Okay. Deeps.
How's Noro looking?
I'm okay.
All right. This guy right here is prone right now. Is he on the ground? What is he?
He's sort of leaned against the side of the doorway. He's dropped his weapon, and he's kind of down on one knee. He's not fully prone, but he is stunned.
All
Nora
right.
whacked him hard enough that it kind of knocked him into the door jamb and down.
Didn't he fail his save?
Sorry, he did fail a save. He is now prone. La prone. Here, you know what?
La
I'm
prone.
gonna put him sideways. To indicate
That
he's prone.
works.
That's perfect. So here's what I'm thinking. I would like to charge through Noro, tackle this guy into the room, and push him through the doorway.
I'd say with him prone, you can basically just jump over him and into the room if you want.
Like a vaulting somersault over him.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, if he's laying prone, he's no longer blocking the space, right? He's no longer
Right.
an active person trying to keep you from getting past. He's just laying on the ground.
All right. I'm gonna charge through and then swing at this guy. Up
All right,
above
yeah,
me.
you see two more in the room with short swords drawn. Surprised looks on their faces, but he's very definitely ready to defend against you. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Ah!
You swing.
Holy crap!
Nice.
As you swing it through your warhammer, it connects strongly, dealing 3 points
It's
of
only 3
damage.
points.
As it bashes him in the shoulder, he spins around to reduce the impact of the blow, and just takes the 3 points. Is that it for you?
Yep, that's it. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I should move a little bit. Can I say there?
Yeah.
Okay, just to make room. Okay.
As he spins around to reduce the impact of the blow, he comes back with a short sword and attacks you twice, getting a natural 4 and a natural 1. The short sword his first swing is wide, and his second one just glances off of your shield, nearly knocking the sword out of his hand. Noro, I'm gonna pick up the dude and beat the other dude with the dude.
I mean, you kind of read my mind, like.
It wasn't what he was going to do before. It's what he's doing now.
Wow, I mean, it wouldn't do very much damage. It's an improvised weapon, but
Okay, well, if
yeah,
that's
you
the
wouldn't
case,
you wouldn't get proficiency, and it would only do, I think, a D4 damage.
doesn't matter. I'm doing it anyway because I'm going to use it as an intimidation check on Ruffian 1.
Are you actually going to pick the guy up and hit the other guy with him?
I'm just going to do it. I actually originally planned to pull him and throw him over me and maybe place him like here so that Lanalia and Somia can have at it. But now that you gave me ideas, I blame you.
Okay,
But I want to show, I guess, like raw strength in hopes of scaring Ruffian 1 into maybe helping us with the rest of the dungeon as well.
Are
as
you
that
raging or not?
I do. Well, yeah, I have to. Yes.
Okay, so you use your bonus action to rage, and you just pick the guy up. Go ahead and make an athletics check to chuck him at the other guy, and of course that's with advantage if you're raging. Nice. Roll that D4 damage for that improvised weapon. Well, it doesn't do a whole lot, but I'll tell you what it does. It forces him to make a wisdom saving throw. Deebs rushes in the room, swings at the guy once. He counterattacks, and just seconds after Deebs rushed in, the prone body of his friend comes flying at him, glancing off of him and smacking into the bars, again landing prone. The ruffian in the corner kind of ducks down out of the way as his friend sort of clips him and knocks him back into the bars. He just looks up. Shit. I yield. Thaddeus, I yield. I'm fucking done. And he holds his hands up. He's still got a sword in his hand, but he holds his hands up as he sort of crouched down. The other ruffians in the corner, he's backed into the corner. He's got his sword held out in front of him, and he just says, "Look, I don't want no trouble. Stay away from me. Let me out of here. You get no trouble from me."
Noro just yells at him, says, "You answer to Thaddeus. You don't move yet."
Is anybody else doing anything? As you all hear this, so Solmia, it would be your turn in the combat order if there's something you're going to do.
I'll stand back up, and that's it.
Okay. Top of combat, it seems to have settled down. The guy that got chucked is just getting up off the ground, and he looks at the others. He says, "He's gonna kill us, you know. Madrick won't take this." The other two, one of them, the one he got chucked at, says, "I'm fucking done. Fuck Madrick. Fuck Thaddeus. I'm out. This is more than I wanted. Big man, you gonna let me pass or what?" "I'm walking out. I'm walking away. I don't want any more of this."
Is Noro still raging?
Yep.
Lunali's gonna walk up behind Noro and just put her hand on his back. And she doesn't really know what to say. She's just gonna pat him on the back gently and say, "It's okay. It's okay."
Slap.
So I'm going to do a backhand to the guy.
Here it is.
Okay, roll to hit.
I'm doing the one where it does the hit in DC, but ignore the great axe.
Yeah, it'll be a single point of damage plus your strength modifier, plus your rage damage. So actually, yeah, I can do this off the damage rolls there. So it's a D12 plus 3. 9 plus 3 is 12. So it'd be 4 points of damage plus what's your rage damage bonus? Another 2.
Yes, 2.
You hit him for 6 points of damage with a backhand, smack him back into the bars. He drops his sword and just, what was that for?
You made my friend angry. If you're gonna leave, get out of here. But we better not see you back in the town again.
Nora, do you
calm
let
down.
him pass? Do you let him pass?
Yeah, I let him pass.
I after hitting him, I say in Dwarvish, by my ancestral spirits, and then I just kind of start calming down and I let him through.
Okay. He leaves. Solmia, you see one of the badly beaten ruffians come out. He's bleeding. He's got a massive welt across his face. And he kind of staggers out the door, looks around. I don't want any. I'm just leaving. He turns and he sees Thaddeus and he says, "I'm out. Fuck you. Fuck Madrick. I'm gone."
I'll blow him a kiss.
Scribble, are you going to blast him? Or are you going to let him go? Okay. Scribble's held action goes off. So he runs down the hallway with Thaddeus swearing at him as he runs past. The other two in the room, the one in the corner he's just standing there defensively with the sword out in front of him, and the other one, Hummer, your thrown weapon of choice, he's kind of putting himself back together, but he's badly injured. He just says, "Look, clearly we're not going to win this. Let me talk to Thaddeus. Maybe this is worth it. I don't know."
So I push him back down onto the ground, and I take his shoes off.
I don't have power lines in the game to throw him up on, Hummer.
Make a grapple check, athletics, to grab him. You're not raging anymore, right?
Right.
What the fuck is happening?
So are you doing this clear-headed? Like you're just going to push him down and take his boots off?
No, well, actually, I would still be raging because I slapped the guy, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I suppose. Yeah, sorry, I thought you said you were going to start calming down. I didn't. Thought that meant you were
after
raged.
the action, I will start calming down.
Got it. Okay, make a So there's your athletics check. A 10, and he will contest that. He manages to sidestep around it as you reach to push him down, and he steps sort of around you, but he's still right there. Are you doing
Over
anything else?
Noro's
Are you-
big shoulder. Here, Nalunalia, just let him do what he needs to do. The rage will be gone soon. This is better than a kick in the face.
Got a 20.
Oh God! You this time you reach down and just grab both of his legs and lift, and he drops his weapon. His head smacks the ground as you pick his feet up high in the air and start tugging at his boots. Eventually, you get them off and leave him in a pile on the ground. He starts trying to crawl away from you quickly.
Now you can talk to Thaddeus.
He crawls out the door, and Solm, you and Scribble see, this badly bruised and beaten, bootless ruffian without any weapons come crawling out the door quickly, scrabble to his feet, run down the hall, smack into the column there to the side, keep running. Scribble, he staggers past you, and he leans up against the wall next to Thaddeus, and he just says, "Your friends are fucking crazy. You keep that big one away from me, and I'm with you. If they're that crazy, they might have a chance against Madrick." And he just runs off. The last one in the room is just standing in the corner. He's lowered his sword a bit, and he goes,
Stand down. Go ahead, sorry.
"Let me walk past. Please don't take my boots off. Please." "I don't want none of this. I just want to leave." And
No,
he goes to sheath his sword.
leave his boots, Noro.
My
Let
eyes
him die.
twitching. My eyes are twitching like, all right. Calming down.
He rolled a high insight check, Noro. He's just staring at you, waiting. "Put him outside. Let me walk past. I won't be any trouble. Put the big man outside. I don't want to get near him." All right, so you all step out. He runs very quickly past you all. Linelia, you're not blocking the door intentionally, right?
Nope.
Okay. He runs down the hallway and just nods at Thaddeus and says, "Oh, I'll see you back at the inn. I need a fucking drink after this."
Right.
You are left, Deebs, standing in the room, Linelia in the doorway, pinking in. As the tension of combat clears about you, you look around and you see, oh boy, dead bodies everywhere. Bodies, just bodies littering the floor. No, hang on. I'm just going back and grabbing my notes to see who was taken captive. It was Danica.
Yeah.
It was Lenine
Yep.
and Elmar were the three, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. You see Danica and Lenine in one cell, and in the cell on the other side, you see a woman with dark hair and olive skin. She looks to be dressed like a farmer, or just like a local. She's just wearing peasant's clothes, but she's prettied up a little bit. She has a dark dirt smear across one cheek. It looks like she's been handled a bit roughly by some tears in her clothing. Otherwise, she looks to be fine. The other two are fine as well. You can see little Danica's been standing up the whole time with her hands balled into fists, watching you guys fight. And she's got a big grin on her face. You sure showed them.
So are they shackled in any way?
Nope, they are behind bars.
Oh,
And
we
as
forgot to
you
get
glance
keys.
around the room, you can see there is a set of keys sitting on top of a rough chest that looks to be maybe for putting people's stuff in before you lock them up.
All right. I'm gonna grab the keys and start unlocking the door. Both doors.
Okay.
Let's get you out of here. Now yell, Gariel! I have them.
You hear footsteps come down the hallway, and she pops in. And as you open the door, she just says, "Come with me. I'll take you to safety. I'll take care of them. Don't worry about them. Finish what you've come here to do. They'll be fine."
Be safe, Gariel.
Don't worry about me. Worry about your friends. So she takes the rest of them out. Is there any, Lenine just kind of smiles at all of you. She looks to have been roughly handled as well, but, short of a trickle of dried blood, in the corner of her mouth, she otherwise looks fine. The dark-skinned woman just sort of eyes you all quietly. But as she walks past, Deebs, she just nods and says, "Thank you. I wasn't sure how long they would hold us."
Yep.
And you are?
My name is Myrna. I work at the inn.
Do we remember
Yeah, I
either
was-
Toblin or anybody talking about her?
No, you don't.
Can I insight check that then?
I mean, you can. She didn't say much, but
No, but she said that she works at the inn.
mm-hmm. She sounds truthful. She didn't say which inn.
Oh, the Sleeping Giant. She probably
Yeah.
worked at the Sleeping
Oh,
Giant.
right.
Yeah.
So Lunalia will clarify. Do you mean for Toblin and his wife?
I'm not so lucky. I work at the other inn. I angered Madrick and he had me locked up.
Well, that won't be a problem going forward.
Can you tell us anything about Madrick? He seems to come back after dying. Do you know anything of this?
I've seen it. Not with my own eyes, but I've seen him die. And I've seen him walk in the next morning with no wounds on his body. I don't know any more than that. I'm sorry. I should go. She looks at the others as they're heading down the hallway.
Aye, go with Gariel. Be safe.
All right. So Gariel takes the others out and down the hallway, and they disappear around the corner. You are all left here with Thaddeus. He's just sort of standing by the other door waiting. He just shrugs and says, "Right then, we going?"
Yes.
Aye, let's be done with this.
What about the wizard?
What about the wizard?
You sure he's not in that room?
Well, I listened at the door, and I didn't hear him, and the door's fucking locked, so you tell me.
Scribble. What do you think the chances are you could get that lock open?
We'd have better luck with the crowbar. I don't have my thieves' kit or anything. How do you open a lock?
Yeah, I guess you... I don't know how you do it without a thieves' kit.
You
Or lock
Crowbar.
We're using
Yeah,
Norobar.
Yeah.
Do we want to? I mean, do we want to investigate that room before going on? What do you guys?
You can if you want. So
Why not?
if you either use thieves' tools to pick the lock, and you don't have to have proficiency with them, but you do need the tools to actually even attempt it. But if you don't have if nobody has thieves' tools, you'd have to break it down.
So, Scribble, you don't have thieves' tools at all?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I have proficiency, but not the tools.
Oh, I
But like
Lunali's-
Steve said, he thought that, a wizard would be something that could bring someone back.
Yeah. Lunali's gonna go up to the door and knock on it one more time. And say, excuse me, Mr. Wizard. I don't know if you've just heard the commotion out here. We'd like to have a conversation.
Nothing. You wait, and there is no answer.
Noro, can you lockpick this? She's making air quotes.
I ask. Noro, are you in need of any healing? Are you okay?
I just flex my pecs. Nope.
All right.
I'm probably gonna regret that, but let's give it a shot.
She's just gonna look past at Deebs. I don't think he falls for those type of breasts, Noro.
Lock picking time. It's a strength check, right? You said.
Yep.
Right.
With advantage.
Thaddeus,
Oh, yeah.
wait here. We're checking it out.
He just sighs heavily. Noro, you jam the crowbar into the crack between the door and the frame and lean on it with all your might. It doesn't budge. Not only does it not budge, it doesn't move a millimeter. The door is incredibly well set. It doesn't feel like what it looks like. It feels like you jammed the crowbar in between two pieces of iron and tried to pry it open, when it's really just a simple wooden door with iron hinges.
Oh. I kind of look at our party and I'm like, there's something wrong with this door.
It's probably warded. Wizards.
Did you say there were cracks underneath that I could see through? Like I could see candlelight coming from inside?
Yeah, you can see just a soft bit of candlelight flicker from underneath the door.
If I crouch down and try and slide my fingers underneath the door, can I get them under, or do they meet resistance?
They do not meet resistance. You're able to just get your pinky finger underneath the door, and it goes through.
She's gonna wild shape then.
Into a
into a tiny... hang on, I'm just bringing up my wild shape list. A spoder.
Okay. So the rest of you all see Lunalia reach under the door for a bit. And then there's a look that flashes across her face, and she suddenly begins to shrink, and she shrinks down into a tiny little spider that slips underneath the door. Inside the room, you find a wizard's quarters. There is a disheveled bed with a small nightstand next to it, on which a small pile of candles burns. A small oil lamp flickers with the last bit of its fuel on a desk upon which is strewn open as well as rolled up scrolls, books, papers. A chair sits before the desk, books on the floor. There are shelves in here with a sparse collection of books, journals, and scrolls stuffed into them. You see the remnants of a circle traced on the floor. You're not quite certain what for. Some sort of circle traced with magical intent.
There's no wizard in this room.
No, the room is vacant.
What does the door look like from the inside?
The same as from the outside, just a simple wooden door with iron hinges and an iron handle.
She's going to head over to the table.
Okay. You're all waiting while the little spider crawls around the room, having a look around. Is there anything else anybody else is doing? Every once in a while, you see a flicker of that green eye from far, far down the hall in the darkness. As the Nothic looks towards you curiously, but it won't come out of the shadows.
That thing gives me the creeps.
So do we know that Deebs could do we know that Deebs can speak Undercommon like what it was speaking?
Unless he's told you, I doubt you would know.
Oh, okay.
So if this door is warded, that means they're coming back.
What do you mean?
Somebody was there, decided to leave, warded it, and
Yeah,
Well,
something must be important in there too.
Yeah, that's why I've climbed up on the table to have a look at the paperwork.
Okay.
Make an investigation check, Lunalia.
Okay.
Twelve's not great, but it's enough to reveal that it's indeed somebody's recent work. You're somewhat familiar with the arcane, not really intimately, but just observing some of your father's work when you were young. It looks similar. It's a mage's table. There's a few bottles with strange liquids in there, some spell reagents, and a lot of the paperwork is reminiscent of someone's notes as they try and discover or learn new spells.
Anything that indicates that he's working on resurrection or undeath or anything like that?
How long do you want to spend reading stuff?
Just a couple
as a little
minutes.
tiny spider. Okay, you get a vantage point where you can kind of look at some of the open papers that are strewn about. Make an Arcana check. Yeah, unfortunately, most of it is quite foreign to you. It's really hard to tell. You do see what looks like a journal on the table. It is open, and there is recently scrawled text in it with what looks like yesterday's date.
Hmm. Can I read what it says?
Yeah, give me just a second and I'll bring it up.
You know, unless it's like his laundry list or something.
Wizards have laundry lists?
No, they actually don't, because they can just prestidigitation everything clean.
So fancy.
She go fart on his pillow, it'll give him pink eye.
Damn.
I'll leave some little spider poops around.
There is the latest entry in the journal, dated yesterday, says my research continues. I'm certain there is something beneath. This would be a lot easier if Paramon was here. But alas, I guess I am the Archmage now. Only a few hundred years too early. Tal continues to watch my efforts. I don't like that one.
Sorry, who continues to watch the efforts?
Tal. He says, Tal continues to watch my efforts. I don't like that one, but there's nothing I can do. I guess I'll try again tomorrow. And that's it. It trails off there. There's a period at the end of the sentence, and you can see where it's kind of the ink has bled as he left the quill there for a little too long, deep in thought, and that is the end of the entry.
Okay.
Thaddeus down the hall. So, are we done? Getting bored.
She's gonna come out from underneath the door. And she's going to... Who's close to the door?
Noro.
She's gonna climb up Noro's leg.
Teehee. Teehee.
Until she's, like, up, sitting on his shoulder. She'll point her little spider leg down the hall towards everyone else.
I leave it up to Noro how he chooses to react to the spider, whether you think he would know that's her.
Well,
and
like
how
he saw
react to it.
to a spider.
I saw her, but I'm kind of squeamish about it. But I'm letting her because I know who it is.
Okay.
All right, heading down to Thaddeus then.
Oh, you all have finally decided to... Can we go now?
Go ahead, Thaddeus.
Right. And he... there we go. He pushes heavily on the strange bricked over alcove. The stonework falls back out of the way and swings open slowly. Stepping through into another room through a secret door, you see
Oh.
you see a large room that is the cellar of the manor above. Within it are barrels full of provisions. You see grain sacks, one of them open with the grain spilled out. A box of fruit, some of it moldering a bit. In the middle of the room sits a large cistern. Holes in the ceiling indicate where rainwater caught on the surface is funneled through to fill this the cistern. The surface of the water shimmers, and beneath it, you're not sure how deep it is. At the south end of the room stands a door, presumably to stairs that go up to the surface. He turns and smiles. Right then, see what I meant? A lot easier coming in the back way. Except for that stupid one-eyed bastard. He steps aside. Well, after you, I do the talking, you do the swinging.
Yeah.
All right, it's another door.
Yep. This one unlocked. Nothing fancy about it. Just a very simple wooden door.
And there's a south as well.
There is a door to the south.
Patty is indicated this way.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I'm gonna go ahead and open that door.
Okay. Beyond the door is a long hallway. As you step through into that hallway and look around, you see it branch off to the left, off to the right. A door near, a door far, and a door at the far other end. Behind you, at the end of the hallway, it's guarded by an old statue, cracked and covered in dust. It depicts another knight standing holding a blade. The hallway here is in somewhat better condition. Perhaps its distance from the ravine. The stone around it here is perhaps a little more stable. You see the hallway's in far better condition. There's no piles of fallen stone anywhere about.
Cave-ins or anything.
Hmm?
Cave-ins or anything.
Yeah. What do you want to do?
Where to, Thaddeus?
He steps through behind you. Right. Well, quarters off the right here. More storage. Shrine. More quarters. And then a main meeting room in the back. Far end of the hall. The crypt where Madrick comes back is to the left.
That's where we need to go, then.
Mm-hmm.
Right away, then. All right, well, off you go. As you, Deebs, as you walk down the hallway, you see to the right here an old shrine. The statue is of the god Pelor, a god of light and of civilization. He's one of the greater gods that is worshipped widely. The statue is cracked and worn. Stone benches, crumbling, lie on the tiled floor before it. A couple of candles burn softly. Somebody has used the shrine recently, but it is currently vacant.
Okay, what about the other way?
The hallway ahead of you, you see more statues and an entrance down a flight of steps. At the bottom of those stairs lies a set of double copper doors, tarnished green with age. They depict yet another knight standing holding a sword with winged angels about him.
Alright, what's the plan? Do we want to go right to the crypt? Do we want to search around a bit? What do you guys think?
I look at Thaddeus and I ask him, how many more would be down here?
Well, with him yelling, I'm guessing none of the boys are in the rooms here. So, don't know. Jono and maybe a couple others. in the far room. This is it. This is the whole place. The crypts are there down the way, and there's a big common room in the back.
I nod at him and I kind of look at the group and see where we want to go. Madrick is the ticket here, right?
Yeah. Samia.
Well, I mean, thinking back to what you guys discussed, you've now freed the townsfolk, and the only other couple of things sort of on the agenda here are to try and deal with Madrick permanently, as well as there are more Redbrands, right? There are some on the surface at the manor's ruins, and there might have been more in here.
What are your thoughts, Samia?
So it's possible that there could be more Redbrands.
Yes.
Yeah, in the meeting room up ahead.
Thad seems to think that the barracks, the near and far doors, here and there are likely empty, given the ruckus that you guys have made. Somebody would have, poked their head out the door by now.
But you said someone was recently here, right?
Just judging by one of the candelabras has a couple of lit candles that have burned down to stumps, but they're still flickering softly.
I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt just to literally peek our heads in.
In here?
No, in the meeting room up ahead.
Up there.
Or even this room right back here where we are.
Yeah.
I can just do it.
Are you gonna go up and open the door?
Yeah. Yep.
Give me just a second. I'm just grabbing some dudes. I mean, there's certainly nobody
clearly
behind that door.
dudes. Confirmed dudes.
Confirmed dudes. Duderinos. Dudemeister.
Would it still be early afternoon right now?
Yeah, you guys set out in the morning, did you not? Like all of this started. You basically, yeah, it's early afternoon. That's
Okay,
about right.
I just want to make sure my mage armor is still active.
Slimia, you open the door and you see three ruffians, four really, sitting around a table, cards in their hands, a large pile of gold, silver, copper on the table, along with a few other things. Another one sits in a chair by a smoldering fireplace. At the back of this large room, there's a corner it looks like a newer construction. It's been walled off, and there is a iron door that stands at its center, with something behind it. As you open the door, pretty much all of them turn and look. Who the fuck are you?
I'm gonna do my best Obi-Wan impersonation and say hello there.
The ones at the table knock their chairs over as they stand up.
I'll pull my hood back, by the way.
Okay. As they stand up, The one closest to the fire reaches and goes to draw a pair of curved scimitars. Not scimitars. Whatever the heck a curved short sword is. The Falchion? No.
Cutlass.
It would be a falcon, yeah.
Falchion aren't that short.
Oh.
Yeah, scimitars are too long. I don't know. Like, I hesitate to say they're elvish. They're not. They're more saber. No, saber's too long. Oh boy. Anyway,
Curved short swords.
yeah, no, yeah. You know what? I think they are short scimitars. Sure. He goes to draw them, and then as you pull your hood back, he stops and he holds a hand up to the others, and he just looks at you. Who are you?
My name's Solmia. I actually ate your boss's head earlier, and we're here to try to take care of the magic problem.
He takes
I mean,
a couple.
I wish you guys no harm whatsoever.
He takes a couple steps over, putting himself somewhat between you and the others at the table. You can see they've all drawn weapons and are standing ready, but he's got one hand still up and sort of behind him, motioning them to stop. And the big man at the back, who looks like this, says, "Tal, what the fuck's this?" And the ruffian in the front, who you now know as Tal, a short half-elf with sort of spiky dark hair, says, "Really? You're here to take care of Madrick? Well, that's interesting. Jono, maybe we should listen to what this one says." The big man at the back of the table says, "I don't much care. Look, if she snuck her way in here, we need to take care of her. Now, wait a minute, Jono. Let's hear her out. You here alone or with friends?"
There's a handful of us behind me. Thaddeus showed us the way on.
Fucking Thaddeus. I'll cut him from his belly to his neck. Fucking traitor. Jono, why don't you shut your mouth? Don't you talk to me like that! He starts to push his way past the others, and one of the others says, hey, Jono, calm down. They're here to deal with Madrick, not us. Let's hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I'll just say like, whoa. No one needs to get hurt.
What are all the rest of you doing? You're clearly observing Solmia talking through this doorway to several individuals inside.
I'm moving down the hallway.
Can I pull out Madrick's glowy sword?
Yeah, it's not glowy, but it is very nice. It's very shiny.
Like something they would recognize?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you certainly can.
Oh, nice. So I'll motion behind me. We have his, calling out that we have his sword.
So as you all step to the doorway, Tal takes a few steps back and like we could, unless there's a fight, we could, ignore the map for now and just sort of RP this out. He takes a few steps back and sheathes his scimitars and just says, "Come on in. Let's have a talk. Let's all be civil. Come on, boys, put your weapons away. There's no reason to... Look, just come on in. Have a drink if you want. We have ale." So as you all file into the room, Thaddeus comes up behind the rest of you, and you can see Jono, the big bearded man in the corner. He's quite an imposing presence. He's got to be 6'6", 6'7". Thaddeus, you son of a bitch, what's this all about? Thaddeus says, whoa, just hang on. These folks have an interesting proposition. I listened. They won me over. You should listen too. Might be a little more coin in it than what we're seeing these days. And then he just kind of looks at the rest of you. Tal looks back at Solmia and says, well?
Yeah, so then, I'll just basically explain how we have one of Deeb's friends in the castle, and there's likely to be tons of loot. If you want to come and help us, you're welcome to a share of the gold. Or loot, whatever.
They listen to the offer. And as they're doing that, the others sort of slowly move about the room, leaning against walls, listening in, but you can see they've taken sort of, positions around you. Just put Jono's nameplate on him there. And as Jono walks up next to Tal, the big man dwarfs the short half-elf. This castle you're talking about. Let's say we just go raid it ourselves. Makes you think we need you.
I'll just reiterate, there's supposedly dozens of goblins, and I'll mention that there's bugbears, and who else? Who I'll say, sure, you're welcome to it, but...
Are you aware of the Black Spider?
Tal speaks up and says, I've heard the name. Madrix mentioned it once or twice. And Jono kind of looks at him surprised. Looks back at you and shakes his head.
Can I insight or perception check them? See if he knows
Always.
more?
Yeah, you can always
Which one
insight.
is it?
Insight.
Insight? Okay.
Not bad. There's more. He knows more. There was a flash of surprise that crossed his face before he quelled it.
On Tal's face?
Mm-hmm.
Is there something else you're not telling me? Speak up.
He smiles lazily and just says, there's lots of things I'm not telling you. Those things are for me to know. Let a man have his secrets.
At this point, I'd like to just say in Elvish, please excuse my hot-headed friend there. What exactly do we need to work out here so that no one gets killed today? I'm hoping that, his buddies don't speak Elvish.
His eyes narrow and he nods and responds in Elvish and just says, it's better if we speak openly, but I'll convince them. Leave it to me. And back in common, he looks up at Jono and says, I think we should do what they're asking, friend. That sounds like there's some coin in it. And he looks around and says, if Thaddeus is on board, that means half the boys are already. Why not? And Jono just looks down and says, I don't know. What guarantee can you give us that you can take care of Madrick and that there's actually something in this castle? Not sticking my neck out for no reason.
Can I create an illusion of the spider biting Madrick's head?
I was just gonna ask if you could do something like that. Perfect.
You certainly can. Yeah, it would be like a still image, like a still, wax statues, but sure.
Yeah, I'll do that. Just, I don't know, somewhere like right where I am.
I'm just making some rolls. Oh boy. Oh, you are lucky. Those are some low dice. Nice job. There are a couple of audible gasps from the other ruffians in the room. Jonah looks down and just nods. Is that real, what your bird's showing? Thaddeus goes, fuck yeah, it is. Watched it myself. Put my sword down right away after I saw that. Look, they can do that over and over to him. They look like they might have what it takes to take him out for good, too. They seem to have friends in town. That means that our days of making life difficult for shopkeepers is probably over. Or we're going to be fighting them. I've seen them fight. I don't want to. They're offering us another gig. Why not? Jono thinks about it for a bit, looks down at Tal, just shakes his head and says, I don't know. Thinking I might take my chances with y'all. Little pay up front wouldn't hurt. In convincing me. 50 gold, and I'll think about it. Less, you may not walk out of here. You fought Madrick, but you haven't fought me.
Noro stands up. Stands next to Solmia. And I tell them that payment is Madrick not coming back.
He finishes saying that, Lunalia will hop down and pop out of her tiny spider form. Where is the wizard?
As you expand to fill the space next to Noro and your feet touch the ground lightly, there's a gasp, and you can see Tal takes a couple steps back. Jono looks at you. That's a neat trick. What wizard?
The one in the locked room back there.
You mean that idiot? I wouldn't call him a wizard. Schoolboy, more like.
Well, where is he?
Who knows? Probably in the crypt again. Place is creepy as fuck. Stay out of it. You all should too.
Freaking wizard.
Does it have anything to do with Madrick's return upon death?
Tal looks at you and his eyes narrow and he just nods slowly. Jono shrugs. I don't know. What were you saying about paying me?
Samia, I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I'll
Dwarf's
look
getting cranky.
I'll look back and I'll say I tend to agree. I'll say we're not paying you 50 gold.
Thaddeus turns around and just starts walking out the door. He says, look, I'll be back at the Sleeping Giant whenever you lads fucking settle this.
Fucking Thaddeus.
And he just walks out the door.
I'm out.
I'll see whoever survives back at the inn. He's down the hall and gone. As he's speaking and gets some of your attention, you turn and I imagine most of you at least glance his way. Anyone who doesn't sees Tal take a step behind Jono, and there's a flash of steel. And Jono drops to his knees and then onto the ground as a large pool of blood starts spreading under his now corpse.
Damn.
Tal's just standing there, both of his hands up in the air, sword sheathed. Right, so now that that's out of the way, we can actually talk. He looks at the others in the room. Anybody else have a problem? Good. Tell me about this castle.
Your name is Tal. Yes.
Right. Tell me about this castle, and I'll tell you about the wizard.
I would assume we'll just do a collective brain dump.
Yeah. I don't remember
Yeah,
the details.
I don't know what else to
do. Do this for me. Tell me anything you wouldn't tell him about the castle. Is there anything you wouldn't tell him about, Gundren or Ulrich or the Black Spider or any of that, or are you guys just going to be open with him?
Personally, I'd say be open, but I'd rather everyone else.
I'd want him to be aware of Gundren and everything, so there's no casualties.
I think we should also make him aware of the goblins as well.
Yeah. I'm all for being 100% open with everything we know, but that's me.
I don't think we need to tell him about Hammer's map.
Well, that doesn't really have to do with the castle, does it?
It's
No.
the reason that we're here.
Yeah, but he's just asking about the castle. We could tell him about the castle. He doesn't need to know about no map.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even thought about the map.
No.
Okay. So you fill him in. He nods and listens, and as the pool of blood continues to grow and then eventually stops spreading, he takes a couple steps around it to keep it from dirtying his boots. So, you're in this to rescue your friend. We take whatever we find. I mean, you have to understand it. I'm certain our friend there who left has already told you this. We're not sticking our necks out for nothing, and if it gets bad, you won't see us. Is that good enough?
I'm fine with that personally.
It's the best. I mean, it's what I expect.
He looks around at the others and he says, you have to understand, depending on what we find, I can't really guarantee we won't, go back to our old ways. If the coin's good enough, sure, most of these boys will move on. Find other work, find other ventures, but if it's not, little town like Phandalin with no militia and little more than a bailiff and a corrupt town master. I'm sure we'll all be right back here where we started in a matter of days. So I guess what I'm saying is, whatever's in that castle better be good.
It's taking all my willpower, guys. Taking all my willpower right now. I just want you to know that I'm struggling.
Gosh.
I mean, I'll just reach my hand out, I don't think we're gonna get further with these guys.
Yeah. Laura as well.
Slomia, he reaches out as well to shake your hand. And as your hands clasp, I need you to make a investigation check.
Okay. Oh boy.
You don't even notice his erection.
It wasn't his hand.
Oh man.
His hand is a little cold and clammy,
Okay.
but otherwise you don't really notice anything strange about it. He looks you in the eye and just nods and says in Elvish, "It's interesting to see one with your coloring in this area." And then he glances at Lunalia, realizing that she probably understands him as well, and just smiles.
Smile all teeth at him.
In her awkward low charisma way, like,
Yes.
"Yeah."
So I'll just ask Tall, just one last thing. Is there more of you throughout this?
The wizard. The wizard.
He'll tell you about the wizard.
Okay.
He says,
In addition to the wizard.
Madrick had everyone up top waiting for you. No, it's just who you see in the room here, and I'm assuming you found the captives already. If you haven't, there's 3 in there, and I can talk them down.
Read the captives already.
Oh, well. Tell me, are we down 3 men, or did they live?
Well, the big one there took someone's shoes, but yes, they all.
He
They all
didn't keep them.
escaped.
Just come off to me.
I like
Nor,
the
did you-
mental image of him thrown over his shoulder.
Yeah, I threw him over my shoulder actually, and then I throw him at their feet.
He looks. I'm not sure what that means.
Where are we?
There aren't feet in those boots, are there? He just kicks
Gesture.
at one.
I just gesture, have a look.
He kicks at one and notices it's empty and just nods. Right. Do me a favor, try not to kill any more of us. The more there are, the easier whatever you're after will be. So, the wizard. I haven't been here very long, but the way I hear it, he was here when Madrick showed up. One of the many times that idiot got himself killed and woke up in the crypt. He woke up and found himself face to face with this man. Apparently he's been here some time, researching the ruins, looking for something. I've been watching him.
I read your name in one of his books.
I'm flattered. Well, Madrick had me keep an eye on him, and I must say I'm a bit curious as to what he's after as well. He seems to think there's something beneath the crypt, but he hasn't found a way in yet. I guess he's been here some time. A few years at least.
We need to have a conversation with this wizard.
Well, if you've been to the cells, his quarters are next to them. If he's not in there, he's in the crypt. He doesn't much go anywhere else. Talks to that foul creature in the cave there from time to time. I think the two of them are friends. I don't really understand why. That's it. That's what I have on him. I don't think he's particularly dangerous. He kind of comes across as a bumbling fool. Very bookish. Foreign.
Do we know what's behind this door in this room?
No. You can certainly ask him.
She's going to do. What is behind this door?
He raises an eyebrow. See for yourself. Hey, open it. One of the ruffians walks over and unlocks the door, pushes it open. It is a reinforced iron-banded door, and as the door swings open, you see a cache of weapons within. A couple of barrels with several swords in them, a rack with halberds and pikes on it, crossbows, bows. It's enough to arm 20 to 30 men. And given that all of the Redbrands you've seen are already somewhat well armed, it gives you the idea that they are looking to expand or stocking up for something.
We were to take a closer look at these wares. We wouldn't happen to find anything that belongs to any of the town folk, would we?
Well, you do know what we've been doing, right? Yes, of course, you will find things that belong to people here. I hope you're not looking to reclaim everything. It won't go well. Let these boys keep what they've taken. And as long as the hull in that castle is good, they won't take any more. As long as you can take care of Madrick, they won't have anyone directing them to hassle the shopkeepers or jump travelers on the way out of town.
This is what's tough for me because I am struggling. These are bad people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
These are fucking bad people. And
You literally just watched him murder his
Yeah.
coworker, like just because he was being difficult.
and we're gonna trust them to do this. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Well, say something.
Say something.
Oh, then.
You do you, Deebs.
I'll be honest with all of you. I don't like this situation one bit. I don't like it one bit. This man just murdered his friend in cold blood right in front of us. He basically admits everything here is stolen as we knew. And we're gonna trust these men to go to the castle with us and help us? Please convince me otherwise.
What would you have us do with them, Deeps? Did they deserve to be killed? Right here?
They need to be taken to justice. Something needs to be done.
Tal just smiles broadly at Deebs and he says, "Look, friend, there is no justice in this town. It's a shithole. There's no law. There's no order. There's no one here to enforce it. But unless you're looking for a job, in which case I'll kindly move on. But what would you expect in a place like this? Of course people are going to be people."
I trust in my part. I trust in you guys. But
Tal smiles and says, "Thank you."
not you, you bastard. I will follow your lead. However, the moment we are betrayed, it's over. And I will keep an eye on all of you. And I look around at all the ruffians and Tal.
Tal looks down at Jono's corpse and says, "Don't be difficult, and we won't have a problem. I'll stay out of it." He looks at Scribble and says, "I saw you flash Madrick's sword. Is that something you plan on keeping, or you know he'll want it back? There's few things that man holds dear, but that's one of them. The
You
boys
want
always
things
make
when
sure
you're
it's
dead.
waiting for him. The boys always make sure it's waiting for him the next day. Sorry, what did you say?
It's hard to want things when you're dead.
Yeah, well, he doesn't stay dead for long. So, there's that.
As I'm concerned, the sword belongs to the bird now.
Well, good luck, my fine feathered friend. I hope you fare better than the last man who took that sword away from him. So, I'm going to go have a drink. Boys, why don't you join me? We'll leave Jono here to think about what he's done.
Nice.
He says, don't worry, I'll catch up with Thaddeus and patch things up. The two of us can run this, I think. And if we can't, well, then you'll just deal with me from now on. He catches a side eye from Deeves and just... Fine. For you, I'll leave him alone. How about that?
Yeah. Keep it up. I'm done. Let's head to the crypt. I start heading down the hallway.
Yeah, she'll fall.
Is there another room there that's between the one with the statue?
Yeah, and you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and reveal them. You guys can... The doors are not locked, and you guys can just, pop them open and have a look. They are...
Massive marble bathroom? No.
No, they're just bunk rooms. They're just quarters.
On the way out down the hall, she'll say to Deeps, if there was anything that we could do about these troublemakers, we would. But he's right. There's no law in this town. The town magister is corrupt. Short of killing them all, what can we do? Take them with us, keep an eye on them. It's kind of the best we can hope for.
I understand. We'll see what we can do after the fact. I'd like to see a militia in place somehow. But that's for a later time.
Who knows, perhaps our darker-skinned friend will get hungry on the trip.
So as you all approach the entrance to the crypt, you find steps that lead down about 6 feet to a landing. Double copper doors with the image of a knight etched into the greened over tarnished copper. Winged angels surrounding him, protecting him. The family crest, the name Tresendar, appears across the bottom of the doors.
Is there anything about this iconography that is familiar to any of us? Have we seen it anywhere before?
Yeah, Deebs is from the city. He could make a history check. Scribble could, could also make a history check. Okay, so with that, you would know that the name Tresendar is one of the lesser noble families in this area. Some several hundred years ago. Their family had fallen out of favor with the lords of Dralamar, and moved out to Phandalin to start over. They built a family home out here, and there really isn't much record of them beyond the fall of Phandalin. Some 500 years ago, orc raids decimated this entire area, the population of this entire area, And all you know is that the Tresendar family was presumed killed along with the rest of the citizens of Phandalin.
Can we get a 5-minute break before we head into the crypts?
Yeah, I could use one.
All right.
Can we? Are you guys okay to do a 10? I could use a 10. 5 to use the restroom and 5 to set up.
Yeah.
Not to combat.
Yep.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Can I get some?
I'm back. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Drinking some bubbly. Buble. Yep. Yep. Cherry. Just regular cherry. Oh. Yeah. It's like a LaCroix copycat. Hmm. The one, not my avatar, but the other one. Yeah, the one you see on the webpage is more accurate. Yeah, with the shield and the warhammer. Hmm? He took a tiny short rest before the before tonight. Good lord. Oh, that's not too much. That's like 9 hours. I didn't. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But can't you? Didn't he say you can just rage though on your own without having to be attacked? Oh, you went flavor. Okay. All right. I'll have my. Eyes glow moonlight. Yes. You just do the Noro smash. Mm-hmm. Alright, alright. I'm trying to RP when you guys are hurt without being meta. so that like, because I know like how much damage obviously you're taking. Yeah, true. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. So. Mm-hmm. Oh, oh, hang on. Ready for me to switch? Just tell me when, poker, and I'll switch. All right. Hmm. Hmm. All right. All right. Switch. And we're back.
So, having dealt with Tal and the others, and I will just delete them from the. Oh, Solmia is still back there. Just about deleted her. There we go. The party finds itself at the door. Go ahead and set yourselves up wherever you want as you descend the steps to the large copper doors. You can see one of them is just very slightly ajar, indicating that they're not locked.
Can't see that. It's black.
Do you push the doors open?
Or the door's right at the bottom of the stairs where me and Deeps are?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So, are there any like recent footprints or anything that we can tell that someone's just come here?
It's a well-worn path. There's no dust or anything that's settled. This very definitely looks like a stairwell that's been well-traveled recently, over and over.
Oh, and Tal told us that if the wizard guy wasn't in his room, he's most likely down here, right?
Correct. So as you push the door open to the space within, What lies before you is a large crypt. A balcony runs around the sides. The map generator doesn't really have a way of doing balconies, so what I've done is I've put shadow in. I hope that looks clear to you guys. It's kind of what made sense to me.
I didn't realize you put.
Yeah, so the shadow is literally just hand drawn polygons to give a sense of a raised balcony. So a balcony runs around the outside edges. Braziers hold coals that burn, lighting the balcony above. Below, you see about 10 feet down, a flight of stairs on either side leads to a carpeted floor on either side, lined with sarcophagi. 6 of them in total. 4 of them with ornate carvings on them depicting possibly the contents within. Piles of bones rest at the foot of several of them. At the far end.
Did you say?
Sorry?
You said piles of bones at the foot of the sarcophagi?
Yes.
Okay.
At the feet of 4 of the sarcophagi, there are piles of bones that rest. At the far end, a flight of steps goes up about 5 feet to a raised dais on which is some sort of altar. Arcane sigils traced in a circle around it adorn the cracked and aging tile. A man with disheveled hair and glasses that glint in the candlelight stands before the altar, blood on his hands, chanting. And as you enter the room, he stops and turns and looks over his shoulder. There is a strange glow from behind the lenses of his glasses. You should not have come here. This place is not for you. Sorry, what did you say?
Are you the reason that Madrick returns every morning?
Ah, that one. No. I believe the reason he returns is a curse. Something, someone, resides in this place. Someone very powerful. He stops for a second and looks at you all as you're standing in the doorway. Do you all come into the room?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Go ahead and, you like scribble some of you. If you guys want to like sneak along the sides or whatever, let me know what you're doing, and I might have you make a roll for it. He stops talking to you for a second and kind of cocks his head. Who are you? You're not with Madrick. I've not seen you before.
We are here because of Madrick.
We're here to end Madrick.
He's been meddling for too long in the affairs of the town. We killed him earlier, but we were told that he will come back.
There's a look of disappointment that washes across his face. Ah, shite. That means he'll be back here tonight. There, I think, in the middle of the carpet. He points at a spot roughly halfway between you and him. That's where he returns. If you want him, you can wait there and kill him again every night for the rest of your lives, if you wish.
You said he's cursed. Is there perhaps a way to break this curse?
His eyes narrow and he says, I don't know. To be honest, I haven't looked deeply into it. He certainly has not asked me to break it. He does not concern me much. He's an annoyance. My work lies here.
And what work would that be?
Why? Discovering the secret beneath Tresendar Manor, of course. There is something old, perhaps powerful, buried here. I have studied it for some time.
So, forgive me, I had a brief look at your notes earlier.
Did you? You made it past my door. I hope you left it intact.
Yes, the room is undisturbed.
He looks to Noro. Tell me, what do you think of this place? If you've read my notes.
I don't really know anything about it, other than it seems quite old.
Is there anyone amongst you who is an intellectual, or are you all like her? As he looks around the rest of you.
Scribble.
Just to rely on myself. No, like, what's he looking for with that question?
Well, she looked at his notes and didn't really learn anything, so he thinks she's dumb. In reality, she looked at one page. She looked at the last page, because how the hell does a spider try?
Thumb the book as a spider. And she'll say that to him. I was pressed for time and only could look at just the notes that were on the table. Had I had more time, I would have read further.
Poker, is there some sort of sacrifice or something? His hands were covered in blood, right? Is there a body on the?
He appeared to be covered in blood. There is no body.
All right.
It is either his or someone else's, but there is no body present.
Okay.
He's traced this large pattern around the floor, and you can see it's slick and fresh. There is an altar there, but there's nothing placed on it at the moment.
What is it that you're doing here with the runes?
Simply trying to unlock a doorway, I think. It's not very clear. The old Tresendar, he did not leave many clues. I'll figure this out sooner or later. If my master were here, he would have likely by now, but alas, he disappeared some time ago. Look, if you have nothing of value to offer, leave me to my work. I'm very busy.
Yes, we can see that. I have to ask, whose blood is that?
Oh, I don't think that's any of your concern. Don't worry about it. It's not yours. Don't worry about it.
Looking at Deebs.
I'm inching up. I walk down that stairway and start walking up.
Okay.
You'll forgive me, but my dwarf friend here seems to be a little concerned where that much blood is coming from.
He just shrugs and turns back to the circle that he's continuing to trace on the floor.
And who did you say this master of yours was? As she moves up the balcony. Your master, and I believe I saw his name in your notes.
Paramon, but I have not seen him in a while. Have you?
Does the name ring a bell?
Yes. It is a.
Like
it is
I've
a
heard
name
the
that-
name.
Yeah, it's Ulrich mentioned him a couple of 2 or 3 sessions ago when he came back with his friend. And because my brain is not working, I have to go back to the notes. When Ulrich came back with Darren Edermath, he lamented that he wasn't able to find his friend Paramon, who was supposed to be, who was rumored to be near Phandalin.
Yes, Paramon. I believe Ulrich mentioned his name. I think he was looking for him, hoping to find him in Phandalin.
Solmia, are you still outside the room, or have you entered?
Sure.
Deebs, as you get to about right where you're at, you begin to hear a sound around you. Dull at first, but it grows around you softly. You begin to hear whispers, a rustling, a breeze begins to pick up and swirl. And then you hear a clacking sound about you, the sound of bone on stone. And you look and you see the piles of skeletons, the bones start to rise and assemble as you get to the spot in between them.
All right.
What is your name, sir?
He looks over his shoulder at you, and there's a glimmer behind the lenses of his thin-framed spectacles. He smiles, and the grin that spreads across his face stretches wider than it should. And as his mouth opens, you hear nothing but... As he turns, you can see the circle he was painting is complete, and his feet begin to rise above the ground as these 4 skeletons assemble around Deebs. I'm going to need you all to roll initiative.
I forgot to select my thing too.
Oh, I hate when I forget to select my thing.
Forgot.
Well, my first initiative was 6, but I had forgotten to select my token, so...
Yeah, now we see if it actually put you guys in the list with it being closed.
I really have a 4.
Yeah, and I really have 6.
All right, Deebs, I got you.
I actually selected myself that time, but it didn't. I don't know.
I do really wish you could like pop out windows in Roll20. It's kind of tedious to jump back and forth between the music list and the yeah. We got Deebs, we got who are we missing? We got Solmia.
My initiative's actually a 6.
Yeah, I'll fix that in a second. I think you can actually, I don't know if you can write that in. It's a 6. Like that?
Yep.
Okay, and we got skeletons at...
Oof. He's about to get fucked up.
Yep.
You know that time Deebs learned something about charging in?
I know there's gonna be skeletons.
Apparently you should have charged him faster so we didn't finish his shit.
My evil wizard rolled a natural 1. That's great.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Let's set this at combat round 1 and slap that at the top. The doors slam shut at the far end of the crypt. and there's a shimmer across them that appears. They ripple with a dark energy. Deebs, as the skeletons finish forming, you see the one nearest you has a rusted short sword in its hand, and it shambles towards you, picking up speed, lunging into attack. It swings its rusted short sword at you, getting a 11. As it harmlessly bounces off your shoulder plate, the skeleton just stands there, its bones still knitting together with arcane magic. Scribble.
You creepy bastard!
You're gonna hurt its feelings, Deeps.
Scribble, you're up.
I
Chill
attacked
touch.
the closest skeleton to me.
This one here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apparently did 2 damage.
Chill touch is necrotic damage. Hey, that does damage skeletons, actually. That's a 17. That beats its armor class. Yep. Oh, there we go. Can't regain hit points until the start of your next turn. If you hit an undead target, it has disadvantage on attack rolls against you until the end of your next turn. Cool. Okay, so that skeleton is disadvantaged to hit you. Noted. And it did a total of 2 points. As this ghostly hand shoots out towards the skeleton and grabs its rib cage. There's a dark energy that snaps around it, and you hear some of the bones crunch. But it's still standing. Is that it for you?
Yes.
Noro, you're up. Deebs is quickly being assailed by skeletons as the wizard at the front of the room rises off the ground, his eyes beginning to glow with dark energy.
Given that Noro doesn't like when people mess with bones and dead, he enrages immediately.
Yes, but will he get near the bones, is the question.
Yes, when he's enraged.
Hmm.
So I wish to enrage. Move to here. And I'm gonna take down the skeleton. Does my bonus action, well, I can only use one, right? So I rage, but I can't do frenzy attack, right? Because I used my bonus action to rage.
What's frenzied attack?
While in a frenzy, you can make single weapon attacks as a bonus
Oh yeah,
action.
sorry. So frenzied
Rage first. Yes.
You can't use that bonus action to also attack with your frenzied rage. No.
Okay, so they would be like next turn or so. Right.
Yeah, correct.
All right.
Are you entering a frenzied rage?
Do it till next turn.
Yeah, next round I have to do it next round.
No.
Because I just
The bonus action is not for the frenzied rage. The bonus action is just for the extra attack when you're in a frenzied rage.
Oh.
Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, you can go into a frenzy when you rage. If you do so, for the duration of your rage, you can make single melee weapon attack as a bonus action on each of your turns after this one. So when you go into a rage, when you use the bonus action to go into a rage, you declare, I'm going into a rage or I'm going into a frenzied rage. If you go into a frenzied rage, then you can use your bonus action to attack on subsequent turns. Just remember, when your rage ends, you suffer a point of exhaustion, which stays until you take a long rest.
Oh, I thought. Okay, I thought it just simply replaced rage. Whoops.
It does. But when you go into a rage, you have to choose to rage or frenzied rage.
Oh, okay.
Kicking it up a notch.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Frenzied rage, then I'm gonna go for it.
Hummer's muscles almost seem to expand and ripple as he lets out a primal roar and swings for the skeleton.
That is goofy.
Hey, dirty 20, that hits for 4 points of damage as you swing the great axe into the skeleton. It connects with its rib cage, and several ribs go flying, but it's still left standing.
Is it? Oh, I'm sorry. I think.
You should. I think you should add +2 to that, right? There should be a couple points of rage damage in there.
Yeah, it's +2. I'm gonna turn it on.
Okay.
It was not on, so it would say +6, I guess, or 6 damage.
Got it. Is that it for you? No other movement?
Nope, no movement. I'm good here.
All right. Deebs, the 2 skeletons on the left side both step forward and attack. The first one gets a 14 to hit, and the second one, natural 2. They both miss as they both swing. The battle axe that one of them holds clangs off your shield, and the other one swings wide and doesn't even hit you as they lumber towards you. Solmia.
Nice.
I'll cast Produce Flame on the one directly in front of me.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ooh.
From your hand to its midsection, flame jumps and engulfs it for a few seconds. It doesn't seem to be phased by it, but it is damaged by it. Its bones smolder as the fire dies down. You can see it's been hurt quite badly. Actually, go ahead and roll a d10 for me.
You want me to roll a 10?
Yeah. If it's easier, I can roll it for you. It's up
No,
to you.
I got it.
Okay. It cannot take reactions until the end of its next turn. The fire seems to take a little bit out of it, and it seems to be a little bit slower to move. Is that it for you?
Yep.
The last skeleton lunges forward now, fully formed, and swings at Deebs. Getting a 12 as its scimitar clangs off of his shield again. The unhittable dwarf is
You bastards!
continues to be unhittable, assailed by
He's back.
skeletons. Lunalia.
Lunalia's gonna move. First of all, how high up is this balcony?
You are 10 feet off of the main floor, and the the dais where the wizard is up 5 feet from the main floor. So he's 5 feet below you. Everyone else is 10 feet below you.
She's going to come down on top of this sarcophagus. And she's going to cast Earth Tremor. At 2nd level.
And so that's 10 feet around you, so it'd be just the 2 skeletons there.
Yeah, I don't know why D&D Beyond just signed me out. Hang on.
They both fail their save, so it's a d6 bludgeoning damage and knocked prone. That is 5 bludgeoning. They're knocked prone, and they each take as the ground shakes about you all, the two skeletons on the right, their legs buckle underneath them and they fall to the ground. You can see that the vibration from the spell begins to shake their bodies apart. It seems to do significantly more damage to them than you would expect. In fact, Noro, the one in front of you, crumbles away to dust as it falls to the ground.
Ooh.
Linelia, is that it for you?
Yes.
Deep's Darkbeard.
So I'm gonna cast a spell that has a 10-foot radius, and I want to be able to hit all three without hitting everybody else, and I can put it at any point. So what would that be?
What's the spell?
Shatter.
I think if you cast it on the square right in front of you, you should probably be fine.
Yeah, that's what I would. Yeah. 14 points unless they save versus Constitution. Then they take half. All three.
So
Wow.
you said it's a 10-foot radius?
Yeah. Sphere.
Link the
10-foot
spell,
radius
Deeps.
sphere. There you go. Ooh. Nice. Yep.
Ooh.
The only downside is you're also going to have to make that con save.
Okay.
Nice, Teebs.
So I got a natural 20, a natural 17, and a 14 for the third one. But they do take half of that thunder damage.
Yeah, 7 points in each.
That is pretty good. So there's a sudden loud boom that rings through the entire room. You can see that in the vaulted ceilings above you, dust pours down, and a couple of new cracks open up. As this ringing thunder bounces around the room. The skeletons look shaken. Deeb's the one behind you is blown away into pieces.
Nice. Do I take 7 points too then?
You do. And actually, you know what? Sorry, the other one is also blown back against the coffin behind it and shatters into pieces.
Yeah.
Good job, Deeds.
Very nice.
He slices, he dices. He heals
Shatters.
you for single digits. Is that it for you?
Yeah, that's it.
The wizard now fully 5 feet off the ground. A dark, purplish black glow from behind his shimmering glasses pours out almost like trails of smoke. He looks at all of you. One hand rises up in front of him. A streak of light flashes out from his hand to a point in front of you. I need you all to make a dexterity saving throw.
You want to scribble?
Sorry, I need all of you on the main floor to make a dex saving throw.
Suckers.
Oh, yeah.
That was a 1.
Sum me Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Some got them rolls.
May I use danger sense?
You absolutely can. Yeah, that's what it's for, man.
Have advantage on dex saving throws against effects that you see while not blinded. Okay, so I just roll advantage, right?
Yes.
Yeah, damn.
As a fireball engulfs all of you.
Oh,
Oh shit!
oh man. This is bad.
It's so hard to say goodbye. And that's when the campaign ended.
That's okay. Scribble will come and loot our bodies and continue on his merry way.
So I got a 16 from Noro. I got a 4 from Lunalia. I got a 3 from Solmia.
19 from Nimble
And,
Deebs.
19 from Deebs. Lunalia and Solmia, you each take 28 points of damage.
Oh my god!
Shit!
Deebs and Noro take 14 points of fire damage as this massive fireball blooms in the room.
Yikes!
Whew. Lord have mercy.
Scribble, it is to you. As you see Solmia drop to the ground, smoldering. The others, smoke pours off of them as the room begins to fill with the smoke from the blast.
Oh shit, Samia dropped?
Yeah.
Ready.
Oh gosh. I guess I'll try to cast Chaos Bolt on the guy.
All right. Yep, that's he's right at 60 feet, so you can hit him, I think.
It's got 120 range,
Oh, yeah, shit.
but I'll probably miss anyway.
God damn it. Scribble.
The warbling mass of color-shifting energy flies through the air and splashes across the wall a few feet behind him. As his eyes snap towards you. The grin on his face, impossibly wide, widens even further as the smoke begins pouring out of his mouth. Noro.
Oh.
Was Hummer supposed to take just half the damage, or does his rage do magic?
His rage halves bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage. I think.
Oh, okay.
But let me check. Resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Yeah. It's the Path of the Totem Warrior. If they go bear for their 3rd level, I think they get resistance to all damage. Except for
Okay.
psychic.
Ay, is all I can say right now.
You better one-shot this guy.
I can't even reach him. 5 feet short.
I thought you have. Do you not get extra movement until higher level?
Yeah, I get that dash ability or something.
Yeah, 5th level, fast movement. I mean, you can.
Okay, hold on.
You can run halfway and chuck something at him. Hummer, you know what you can do?
Just
no,
thinking.
sorry, you can't. Yeah, the bonus. I think the bonus action, you have to have attacked.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even if I miss, I stay in combat, right? Is it more about staying in combat?
As long as you maintain your rage as long as you attack or take damage.
All right. You said smoke was coming out of his mouth or something?
Yeah, there's a dark blue, purplish black energy that's pouring out of his eyes and now his mouth.
Okay, I throw my 5-pound water skin at him.
From here, or are you going to close the distance a bit?
I'm just kidding. I'm gonna get to about where Deebs is. No, I should not do that. I'm going to go more like there, and then I'm gonna chuck a javelin at him.
Nice.
Nice. So as you run up there, the javelin comes out, and you skid to a halt, and it keeps going. Go ahead and roll to hit.
Come on, critical.
Come on, baby Jesus. Oh no.
Oh, that's rough.
It's been a good campaign, guys.
It goes flying past him. Sorry, that other skeleton is that other skeleton is gone. It was obliterated by the fireball. As you run, skid to a halt, and loose the javelin, your throw isn't quite balanced, and it skids off the stones to his left. Solmia, make a death saving throw, please. Nice. That's one. When you make it to 3, you'll stabilize, but if you fail 3 times, and that's a roll of a 9 or less, you unfortunately expire. For anyone who's not aware of how it works, like literally all you have to do is heal, run up and use a healing kit to stabilize. You can pour as an action, pour a healing potion into her mouth to bring her back above 0. Lunalia.
Oh, I have such little health. I will run over to Psalm. Over here. Hopefully getting a little bit of cover behind this coffin, and I will cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level.
Okay.
Damn,
Wow.
nice.
Wow.
That's fantastic. Holy crap.
Wow.
As you utter the incantation, there's a greenish glow about Solmia's still form as you place your hands on her, and a sudden sharp intake of air as her eyes flutter open. Deebs.
Whew, sweet child of mine.
My beard! You burned off
That's
my
my
beard!
I'm gonna have to. I gotta cure myself. I'm gonna cure wounds myself. 2nd level. 13 points. And then move behind this thing.
All
That's
right.
not cast another one.
How did I miss? Did I miss Scribble? No. You cast the Chaos Bolt after he cast the Fireball.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. On the wizard's turn, still floating off the ground, this dark energy pouring out of him. Now you can see Noro. Now that you're up close, you can see his skin is cracking, and there's like a dark, thick. You think it's blood at first, but it's black. It's pouring out of cracks in his skin. He places his hands together in front of him. with his thumbs touching and fingers spread out, and a sheet of flames shoots out towards you. I need you to make a dex saving throw.
It's Dex.
Do I?
Doesn't Hummer have advantage on Dex saves?
I don't know. Does he? He's got a
All
thing.
bards did. Yeah.
Is it because of danger sense?
Yep, it's danger sense.
Okay.
Come on, Hummer.
Oh, I got a 20.
Just for fun, we'll
Oh. His PP-'s too short.
Reach.
he'd move forward to make it happen.
He was
Darn.
feeding you a Dorito.
A spicy. Look out.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, he's gonna float over closer to you, so that it gets you. Sorry, I didn't. Oh yeah, your roll is fantastic. So you take half of 9 points of damage. You take 4 points of fire damage as the sheet of fire shoots out over you.
Oh, get out of there.
And I'm yelling, this guy plays with fire.
Scribble.
Is it my turn, or were you saying something?
No,
That's
it's
your turn.
Oh, okay, I thought he was going to turn around and fuck me up this time. Well, let's mess with another Chaos Bulb.
You need to get some more of those elf coins.
No shit.
Rip!
Rip
Good
indeed.
Lord.
The Chaos Bolt screams past him. It just manages to float to the side, and it bursts across the altar in a brilliant flash of colors.
Which sucks. Damage
Mr.
on
Noro. Oh, shit. Sorry, I just accidentally closed my Roll20 window. I'll be back in a minute.
Now's the time, boys.
Move some
He
shit
actually
around.
tripped and fell down those stairs. You didn't see his roll.
Leprone.
Yeah,
Leprone.
now the wizard's Leprone.
I'm back.
Oh, shit.
Nora, what you doing? Make a perception check. That's enough. This guy is whatever is happening to him, it's tearing his body apart. The cracks that have opened up, the dark ichor that's pouring out, the energy that you can see pouring out of his face, it's tearing him apart. And he does not look well. He's a very frail, sort of slender man who, looks like he has a constitution of maybe 8.
Keeping in the old robodope.
So it looks like he's decaying or dying.
Yeah,
At
he's
the
literally
same
falling
time.
apart. And very rapidly, too. Like, whatever took hold of him, whatever energy he's tapped or whatever's grabbed him is just ripping him apart. It's
But he became this when he finished the symbol thing up there, didn't he?
I don't know if that's the result of whatever he was doing, if he meant to do this. We don't really know.
Okay. I'm running away. This way.
That's a 10-foot ledge on both sides that you'd have to climb up.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, where that shadow is, that's
would
a
think
10-foot.
7 tall Noro could get on top of the sarcophagus and up over the ledge.
He absolutely could. He would have to climb it though.
What I'm worried is if I come back to you guys, as he's decaying, is he more powerful and he can cast another fireball and then we're all bunched again? Or do I make an effort to, if he's frail, do I have an opportunity to just finish it?
If you go down to 0, there's 3 of us that can heal you.
Yeah, I'm going to take that chance. I'm going to charge him. I shall try to attack.
So you rush in, axe gleaming as it swings down, and
Because if I run, my rage goes away, so I have to try to
then
take
you get
advantage.
really tired. I think 1 point of exhaustion is disadvantage on skill checks. 2 points is a lot worse.
So hit face.
So if I miss on this hit, I get a bonus action to hit again?
You get a bonus action whether you miss or not.
Oh, I see. Okay. Then here's the
So don't
first one.
miss.
PP.
13 hits.
Oh.
That's a lot of damage.
Then I hope this is it. Otherwise, I get to go again.
Go again anyway.
The axe bites into his form, cutting deep into his chest. There's an explosion of that dark energy. Smoke pours out and covers the axe and drips down your arms. It's cold. He drops to the ground, is standing but shaking, and there's a look of fear on his face. But you can't see his eyes for the dark energy that's pouring out of them. The twisted grin across his face has been replaced with a different expression. His mouth is open agape, and he's trying to say something, but you can't hear words. All you see is the dark smoke pouring out of him.
I think he's saying end it, so I'm going to attack him again.
Interesting translation.
Good old Noro hearing what he want to hear.
Didn't know barbarians could rage lip read, but yeah, that works.
That's what he assumes everyone says in that condition.
Oh shit! Rip.
Oh. How do you finish him?
I'm going to split him right down the middle. Just bring the axe
God.
head to penis.
Damn.
Wow.
You gotta get your fork out and eat his head.
As you drive the great axe in and down, his body tears in half. The dark energy pouring out of it, pooling on the ground and then dissipating. As the two halves fall to the ground to either side of your axe, the last remnants of that dark energy that had gripped him dissipate over the next few seconds. And the 5 of you are left in this room alone as the battle music fades.
Faded abruptly ended.
Yeah, it's really hard to the faders, the volume faders are not very sensitive. What still remains, however, is dark whispers.
Well, after Noro does his job, he drops to a knee and just kind of is exhausted and hurting.
I'm gonna walk up to Noro and cure wound. 7 points.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Scribble. At the back of the room there. You turn and look, and out of the corner of your eye, you see Tal standing in the doorway. He's just leaned casually against the side of the doorway here. And he's watching what just happened. He nods, there's a smile on his face. He turns, he locks eyes with you, and then just leaves the room.
Fucking watch me miss those 2 shots. I'm gonna follow him.
Okay. He sees that you're following him, and he just stops. And he says, "Don't misread me, friend. I just wanted to see what you are all capable of. I've had some suspicion that Albrecht was dabbling with dark magics. Glad he isn't anymore."
His name was Albrecht.
Albrecht.
Hey, Poker, these whispers, are they audible, or is it just like literally what it sounds like in roll
Literally
20?
what it sounds like.
Okay.
Well fought, my friends. We made it through another one.
Lunalia's gonna crawl to the stairs and up. And she's gonna head back down the hall towards the wizard's quarters. Actually, she's gonna head down the hall towards that green-eyed guy.
Okay.
She's gonna get to about there, and she's gonna say, "Hey, come out of the shadows."
What are all the rest of you doing while she exits the room and leaves?
I'm gonna go back into the room.
Yeah, I want to search around this room and check out that altar and just see if we can figure out what's going on in here.
Yeah, I like to look at the drawing on the ground.
I'm licking my wounds.
You said the crypts looked like what was in them or something was described on the outside of them?
Yeah, 4 of the crypts, 4 of the sarcophagi have actual
Relief carved in them?
yeah, give me a second. Let me bring up the actual description of them. Now that we're actually looking at stuff and not just kill. The lid of each of 4 of the sarcophagi are carved in the image of a human. There are, you see, one of them is the visage of a knight, armored with a sword that looks. The carving is not quite as fine as it could be, but it's unmistakable. It is the sword that you carry. Another one is a woman, young and, from what you can tell from the carving, quite beautiful, dressed in noble garments. Another one, a much older woman, regal looking, and it's hard to tell from the carving, but possibly half elvish. The 4th one is an older man in robes with a long beard and a pointed nose, and the other 2 have no carving. All of them, the lids are shut. They're heavy stone lids. Deebs, if you investigate the circle or anything about the altar, go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Can I assist them since I was
Certainly.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some help with that.
Maybe I'll just roll separately.
Yes.
Oh,
Nice.
Interesting. Okay. So, Mia, you inspect the arcane sigils that are traced in the floor. It's some sort of blood ritual. This is very definitely blood, and by the looks of it, um, you find behind the altar there is a large clay pot full of what looks like fresh blood. Sorry, half full of what looks like fresh blood that he was using to paint this. Um, it's hard to tell what the nature of the sigils are, but it's some sort of attempt to break a ward. Is all you can tell.
I will relay that to the people here.
There is also a satchel and a staff leaned against the wall.
Oh, let me look
Oh.
at that staff.
Oh.
loots.
Noro is still bleeding.
What? Do you need more more healing?
He gave you 7 points. What more do you want?
Now I'm laying down on the ground, over exaggerating my pain.
He's got a man cold. He's fine.
Morelia, as you approach the strange one-eyed creature in the cavern, you hear its voice tickle your mind. What is it? What is it you wish?
To talk to you about you're the wizard man. Did you know?
Come closer. I can't hear you. Its words echo through your mind.
Okay, 20 feet closer.
What do you wish to know about him?
What was he doing here? What was he after?
He spoke to me many words, many words. Some of them familiar. Some of them not many. Breaking a seal, trying to break a seal, breaking a seal. Yes.
Why would he question you about this? What do you know of this place?
He was lonely. He spoke to me as a companion. Foolish. I would have eaten him if I could. I might eat you. And he begins to look at you, and you can see drool is starting to drip down his chin as he takes a step closer to you, and then another. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as a sudden bright flash burns forth from his eye. You just had to go by yourself.
Gotta go jibber jabber.
Con save. Okay. Please be good. Oh, crap.
DC 12 exactly.
Phew.
A bright, sickly green glow flashes from his one large eye, and a wave of nausea hits you as dark energies wrap around your body, threatening to suffocate the life out of you. You take a couple steps back and you shake it off, and you can see that he's moving your way. I need you to roll initiative. Sorry, guys, she asked for it.
Shit. It was an 18.
So,
Yeah,
what do
that's
you
what I
shit?
see.
That's good.
Yeah, but I didn't click on my dude
Does it
first.
matter? I put it in for you. Ooh, you are lucky. It got a 7. What are you doing?
She's going to yell at the top of her lungs, Games! And she's going to move. She's going to wild shape. And she's going to turn into a panther. And she's going to move 50 feet.
Holy crap.
Wow.
I do not have your tokens loaded yet. I will hopefully have them in next week. Until then, hey, everybody, pretend she's a panther.
Got it.
You turn and risk a glance over your shoulder, and you see the Nothic run up to about here, near the torch, and it just stops. Seeing how fast you ran away from it, it just stops and hisses at you. You hear its voice in your mind contrastingly say, "No, come back. Come back. I only wanted to talk. I'm so lonely. So lonely." What are the rest of you doing? And Lunalia, are you going to continue running and rejoin the party? Or
She's going to move another few feet so that she's parallel with this hall. And she'll stop and look back at that thing.
it's slowly backing away into the darkness. Its eye still.
Did I hear her
burning.
yell?
I don't know, man. It's a long ways around. You know what? What's your passive perception?
My wisdom, so 16.
Well, there's an actual. Hang on, I'll find it. There's a passive perception on your under senses left side, about halfway down.
15.
Yeah, 15. You heard something. It wouldn't have been clear. It's quite a ways down and around the hall and through a blocked passageway.
Did it sound like a scream or a yell or?
Might have been something. You look
Alright.
around and you see that Lunalia is not around anymore.
All right, well,
It's enough for you to. It's enough for you to maybe worry.
All right, I'll start moving that way. So that's my 25. I don't know how you want to work it.
Well, I mean, unless Lunalia goes and does something dumb, there's nothing happening in combat right now. So, we can fast
She's
forward.
going to see where she is, growling down the hall at that thing.
The Nothic continues to stand its ground, just sort of at the edge of the torchlight, and it's just staring. You see that eye, unblinking, staring at you. Strange patterns weaving back and forth in the glow in its eye as it shimmers in the darkness, and its words continue to tickle your mind. Come play. That's a nice kitty. Nice. Come here. I won't bite.
That creepy thing's got to go.
Promise. I won't bite. Come closer.
She's going to move up so that she could, if she absolutely had to, get within attacking distance.
Yeah, you do that with your 2 hit points.
She's got more than 2 hit points as a panther.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, you've got whatever you've got. What are the rest of you doing? Are you so
Hey,
you
Poker,
looked
I
around
was
the
curious
room?
what that staff was.
The
know if you
staff
heard that.
is a staff of defense. It requires attunement. It gives you a +1 bonus to AC. And it has 10 charges that fuel a set of spells, either mage armor or shield. And the game
Nice.
charges at dawn.
Oh, we got a tank mage, everybody. I mean, druid.
Do you use staffs, Gribbles?
I can.
Yeah, I think you should take it.
Actually, yeah. That adds to your hit points, sir.
Not my hit points,
No, just
my armor.
AC.
AC.
So can I pick it up and chuck it at Scribble?
Ground shatters.
Aim for the eye.
Unlike in the book, it's not made of glass.
Was it made
Oh.
of glass in the book?
And then I too am curious what's in that satchel.
What are you doing with the Nothic? Are you just sitting there staring at it?
I'm watching it until somebody comes to back me up.
It's watching you. It's taunting you. There's nothing else in the crypt of value unless you want to spend time lifting those lids and seeing what lies beneath. Of course, there's always risk to that too.
Didn't you say there was a satchel next to the staff?
Yeah, sorry. There's a satchel. It contains several scrolls and a shuffle of loose papers with drawings and incantations scribbled all over them.
Sheaf?
What'd you say?
You mean a sheaf of loose papers?
What did I say?
A shuffle.
Well, they are shuffled. Hey,
No, that's what a group of papers was called. A shuffle of papers.
you want a DM? Feel free. But Solm, there's nothing of immediate value in there unless you spend some time sort of reading through what he's got.
Yeah, I gotcha.
The scrolls look interesting. They look like they may be spell scrolls.
So, is it possible that one of these sarcophagi is where magic spawns?
Yeah, I mean, from what this guy said, he comes back like right in the middle of the floor, just right in the middle, and you can see on the ancient, fading, threadbare carpet that's been decayed around the edges and chewed by bugs over centuries. You can see there is a dark spot right in the middle, a dark sort of depression right
Okay.
here where Deeves is standing.
I'll head out. Down.
If I hold the magic sword up to the sarcophagus that you said had that sword on it, is there any reaction?
No.
All right, I'm gonna head out towards Deeps then.
I'm just going through my notes here. I think
We still have to figure out what's causing this curse.
Was thinking the same.
But
So
Solmia.
since we killed this wizard, was his ward over his little lab fall?
Ooh, that's a good question. Solmia, Scribble, and anybody else who inspected the sarcophagi. The two without any carvings on the lids had no names. There was an inscription on each of the other four, just a simple placard with a name chiseled into it. The knight with the sword is Aldith Tresendar. The old man with the beard is Ezrin Tresendar. The older woman in the regal attire is Zelena Tresendar. And the fourth one, the younger woman in noble's attire, is Alyssa Tresendar.
So Magic totally just ganked that sword then.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay.
That's why he's cursed.
Maybe.
Broke in here, looted a bunch of shit he shouldn't have.
So what if we put the sword back?
I mean, there was no reaction to it. You can open up someone's sarcophagus hammer.
I have -1 strength, so I probably can't even lift it.
I
Yeah,
don't mess.
same here. I got an 8. I can't move some stone.
Good, none of us do this shit.
And I
The one
don't
guy who
mess
can
with
do it.
that.
Yeah, the one guy who can do it doesn't mess with the dead. So
Right.
Oh, he messed with them pretty good.
so it's going to be all crypts with stone sarcophagi from here on out, just to mess with you guys. You'll never find out what's in any of them. All that loot. Sorry, guys.
I mean,
Time
we
to
can
start
always
blowing them open.
shapeshift into something big that can just knock them over.
Yeah, that's true. You got a crowbar.
True.
Yep.
You still need some weight behind it, though.
Yeah, shockingly, I have a crowbar. That's so fucking weird.
That was
It's in your-
pretty
with
fun.
It's in
crowbar.
your adventurer's kit.
Yeah.
It's like a twisted piece of ironwood or something.
I have a mirror, too.
Look at
Wow.
yourself.
Yeah. I'm so beautiful.
So vain.
Are you
And
though?
manacles. I mean, so are we just gonna wait until magic spawns? Is that kind of like the end goal here?
Well,
I
I'll
feel
say
like
this.
we probably
You
need
guys,
to rest.
you guys have the run of this place. The Redbrands have, as far as you can tell, left. There are rooms you've not seen yet. There are rooms you've walked through but really didn't spend much time in, and then there is, of course, the wizard's lab. We can skip the map for now unless Linelia approaches that Nothic. It doesn't seem to want to leave the dark area, and it didn't seem to give you trouble when you were all together. There is another way out of here too, which is up the steps to what is presumably the ruins above. But you're not certain if there's anybody left up there, or if Tal and the others have gone and fetched them. It's likely Tal probably went and cleaned them out and took them to the sleeping giant. So tell me what you want to do here, and I will tell you what happens.
Seeing that thing is not going to move, is going to head back over to the wizard's door and do a smell and a look and a paw to see if the door is changed at all.
Okay. Make an investigation check. As far as you can tell, it is still very firmly locked.
Lunalia, did you yell out?
Yeah, she's just going to growl back at you.
Oh yeah, see, that's right. I forgot you're the.
You can hear each other just barely through the pile of rubble that's blocking the way here.
Oh, that's why they
Jesus.
couldn't hear. I forgot.
Yeah.
You can't,
that's-
yeah, you can't see her.
Oh boy.
I mean, it's not a long run around through the other room with the cistern either. But for the sake of brevity, I mean, we don't have to stick to the map. You guys can just say, so you have the run of this place. It's late afternoon, early evening. What do you want to do? Do you want
Lunalia
to take a
in
rest
that
here?
room and gather up the stuff.
Yeah, sorry,
So-
you're what?
She wants to get into that room and gather
Okay.
up the wizard stuff.
The door is still firmly locked.
Then she will wait until everyone else gets within earshot, or she'll go looking for them and say, "I need help getting in that room."
Okay. Eventually, your wild shape wears off.
Yeah,
or
so
gets
she's
out of
gonna
it.
drop the wild shape.
I need you guys to talk to each other
Alright.
and figure out what you want to do here.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean,
So she'll go back and say to Noro, hey, I need your help getting into that room. I can't go by my because there's a big thing down the end of the hall that keeps trying to eat me.
Nora rolls on the floor like he has a stomachache. I don't have enough hit points. I'm just kidding.
She's gonna look down at him. She's gonna roll her eyes. She's gonna touch her chest and slap Cure Wounds into herself and say, "Get up."
Just kidding.
Can we go check like the other barracks to see if there's anything that looks like it'd be of value?
Ah, Lucid, I love you. Yes, you absolutely can. Yeah, so there are 2 rooms, each with 4 beds. There are foot lockers at the foot of each of the beds. There are supplies, provisions, a couple of crates of fruit, grain. There's of course the cistern with fresh water. You find a couple of kegs of ale. Some of the stuff looks, suspiciously lifted from local shops. You do find a couple of crates that bear the Lion Shield Coster's symbol on them, as well as a few things that you swear you might have seen on the shelves at Barthen's. You also find a fair amount of coinage. I'll have to tally it up for afterwards because I've got it listed room by room. But if you're going to search everything except the wizard's quarters, I'll just tally it up and give it to you at the start of next session. I'm just going through the list to see if there's anything else that jumps out at me. I have the specs for both both swords that you got off of Madrick. One of them is a longsword +1. If anybody is going to keep it, we should add it to somebody's character sheet, even if you're not going to use it, just so you have it, because it is a saleable magic item if you decide not to keep it. Somebody, maybe Linene or somebody, will buy it off you. Scribble, do you want me to just put that on your character sheet? I can just add it.
Yeah, I guess you can.
Okay. And that doesn't mean anything other than you're currently holding it, so you might
Right.
as well. I imagine you've probably got it like strapped. The 2 swords you probably got like slung over your back and strapped.
Hey, Poker, so it's like 10 to midnight here, so how much longer are we gonna go?
I'm good to stop here. What I can do is I can put together the sum total of what you guys find searching this place, based off of where you've told me you'll look. And then we can pick up here next week. It would help if you guys told me what you're gonna do next. Like just have a quick chat and are you gonna take a long rest and take turns keeping watch and have somebody keep an eye on the crypt waiting for Madrick to come back? Are you gonna leave and come back later? What else do you want to try with the wizard's door?
Yeah.
Well, is it magically warded, or can me and Noro work together with the crowbar to get it open?
I think it was still warded.
Well, you can make an Arcana check to try and see if you can tell if it's magically warded. You're not sure. Nobody's rolled high enough to tell what exactly it is, but it is incredibly firmly secured.
That will have to wait then until after a long rest or a short rest when I can get a shapeshift back.
All right.
I'm
Yeah, I
all
think
for dragging a bunch of bedding into this main room where the sarcophagus are and just taking turns watching, because we know Madrick will be back.
I agree.
Yeah, we could just do a long rest here.
But we want to search.
But yeah, I mean, I would like to try and search around to see if there's any information anywhere about this whole thing, this curse.
Yeah,
You're talking
don't-
just in here on this map.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys moving quickly, or like I can make it easy. If you say you're going to spend a fair amount of time searching each room, 10 minutes plus in each room, I will skip the rolls and just at the beginning of next week's session, I can just give you the list of what you find.
I think that works.
Yeah,
think
we
we've
got
done
plenty of
enough.
time. Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's a little different. Like when you're moving room by room in a dungeon, if you stop quickly and do a investigation check, it's pass or fail. But if you spend time doing it, say I'm going to take 10 or take 20 minutes, it's an automatic success, right? Like you just spend as long as it takes to do it if there's no time crunch. Sometimes I make you guys roll, and the roll is, when there is no time crunch, the roll, you're going to succeed. The roll basically just tells us how long it takes you. But when there is a time crunch, it's more a pass fail. So, yeah, you spend time going room by room, and I will come up with a list. Some of it is going to be potentially information, and some of it is going to be just cold hard cash or items.
That works.
And then I'll give you the list. You tell me what you want to keep off of it, and then I can just stick it directly in your character sheets. The staff is a staff of defense. Am I adding that to Scribble's character, or?
Yep.
A little pack rat.
You could probably take the scrolls too. Unless some wants to
We
keep
don't
them.
know what's on them. Some should hold on to them for now.
But you might be able to read them.
I gotta have a quick look and see if it's been a while. I've got to see what it takes to identify a spell scroll, as well as what it takes to cast it. But I will do that research tomorrow. I do want to just talk about the stuff you got last week. The coin purse off of Madrick. Lucid, I don't recall if you added that or not.
I didn't add it.
Okay. So Madrick had a coin purse on him with 7 gold, 15 silver, and 14 copper. Not much. The longsword is just a longsword +1, but it's finely crafted. It's basically very nice looking, but mechanically it's just a longsword +1, and I'm adding that now. And then the other sword, the short sword that he used in his offhand, is nothing special. It's tarnished, it's old, the blade is chipped and rusting. But in the pommel, there is a 1-inch diameter faceted red gem. It is a ruby of the War Mage.
Cool.
A Ruby of the War Mage is a wondrous item. It requires attunement by a spellcaster, so 4 out of the 5 of you could use it. Etched with eldritch runes, this 1-inch diameter ruby allows you to use a simple or martial weapon as a spellcasting focus for your spells. For this to work, you must attach the ruby to the weapon by pressing it against the weapon for at least 10 minutes. Thereafter, the ruby cannot be removed unless you detach it as an action or the weapon is destroyed. So basically, it allows you to use a weapon as a spellcasting focus. So that could be handy for Deebs. It means you wouldn't even have to reach up with your shield hand and grab your holy symbol to cast a spell.
On a side note, Hummer, can we just say that you divvied out the coin you got from the money changer last week?
Yes.
And how much was that for each of us?
100 gold total.
So
Did you
20
say it was like
each?
2 platinum?
So we each get 20 then?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, alright.
Sorry, Lucid, what'd you say?
You said it was 2 platinum or like 10 platinum total?
It was 2 strips of platinum, each worth 5 plat each. 10 platinum is 100 gold.
Oh, okay.
So you could just give yourselves 100, give yourselves 20 gold each or 2 platinum each. It doesn't really matter. The only time it matters with platinum is if you're in a really, really poor place and you try and throw around platinum, somebody may jump you for it, or they may not be able to make change for it. If you try and, it's every bit as good as gold. Like anybody will take it. It's just, rich people money.
I'm definitely keeping it as a platinum.
Yeah, I imagine platinum pieces for Scribble are like, whoa, I've always wanted one of these.
Cool. So we're all going to bed down in here tonight and take turns watching that spot
Lucy, did
after
you copy
doing
down?
a search.
Do what, Deeps?
Did you copy down all that loot? The ruby
The
and
two
all that
swords?
stuff?
I didn't
Two
bother.
swords.
I didn't bother adding the sword, Lucid. I'm just adding the ruby of the War Mage to your inventory.
Okay.
You might
Okay,
just
nice.
have to refresh your character sheet to see it, but you should see a longsword +1 and a ruby of the War Mage in your under equipment inventory, or all.
I do see it. Did you add the staff of...
Yeah, I'm working on that. Let's see if it's in here. Of course, it's not.
Nice. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream.
Okay.